Goodness. Hello, everyone. Hello. If you can see and hear me, please do let me know. I'm also figuring out where I'm going to be sitting comfortably this stream because I moved my camera a little bit because I didn't like where it was. So I have to adjust to where it is now. But hopefully you're all doing well this Wednesday afternoon and or evening or morning or wherever you may be in the world. And we're back. We're back with the What If series, which will be...
I do love a what if, but I am going to start off with my own little what if, which is, what if Andy hadn't gone to the dentist today? It would be a happier world. What if Andy hadn't had his face carved out and large shards of his teeth extracted from his aching mouth? It would have been a far happier Andy you would have today. So if I happen to just slink into the corner and go, "So Nick, it's over to you," that's all because I had a dental joy today. And you might think, well, at least it's all over and done now, Andy. You don't need to worry about it anymore. The truth of that is, sadly, significantly further away from me than I would like to admit. I still have 2 months worth of dental joy ahead of me as they carve out other teeth and cap some and root canal others and just generally make me a very happy man. Now, you might just go, "Hey, dentist, not so bad." But I also, just to cap it all off, like it was some sort of new crown getting placed in my mouth. Just to cap that all off, I also have a deep, abiding fear of dentists, born from my trauma when I was 8 years old and I was held down as 4 teeth were extracted and a whole bunch others were filled without any numb at all, without any pain relief, because the dentist I had believed that children couldn't feel pain.
Oh my God.
And my mum, bless her little soul, was absolutely convinced I'd been numbed, and I was indeed just anxious and very, very upset about the whole affair. And, you know, she was right. I was, but she was there trying to comfort me as she held me down. So that is embedded in my mind. I remember the screams emitting from my own mouth as tooth after tooth was pulled free from me, and I died inside. So I have 2 months of this ahead of me. So if in any future stream you see me looking like this, you'll know I've almost certainly been to the dentist that day. So there we go. And let me just bring up this little comment from Godzilla. I am that old. Yes, it was in the 1800s.
If only. If only.
Oh, man.
Andy did have the pleasure of visiting the Greenskin
bank. Lad, we'll get that tooth out. You're gonna be rich. Except the opposite is the case, because unlike orcs who have tooth extracted and are then a little bit richer because their currency is teeth, sadly for me, I went to a dentist, they torture me, and then I have to pay for it. And it's not cheap, the amount of work I'm being done. Yay. I'm a grumpy bastard, a bear with a toothache, almost literally, sitting in the corner of this stream going, "Fuck those orcs, fuck those chaos dwarves, down with that sort of thing." It's going to be a great stream.
It's the best possible attitude to go into the stream with. That stuff sucks. I'll never forget, I had a crown put on one of my teeth, and they didn't realize that the root of that tooth was exposed and had started to rot a little bit. That was not a good time.
When I was working on LAWhammer, so we're talking the just after the core rulebook was released, one of my teeth in the top corner just died, so I had to have it completely replaced, and I got myself an implant put in instead. That all sounded great, except the whole process ended up causing an infection, which went right down into it. So at one point when they were extracting tooth, pulling it out, it just went into this big abscess hole. It was the freaking worst. That got infected afterwards, and I ended up having to go to hospital as they pumped drugs through me just to make sure I didn't die. So I love dentists. Dentists are the best. I've just had bad luck.
Well, On that cheery note, welcome to Lorebeards.
Yay!
Oh my good lord. USS Jalapeno Poppers, thank you very much for the 6 months, by the way. I just did, was the tooth worse? Did you get a good chop out of it? Hello.
I can hear stuff. It's done it again. Where's it come from?
So figuring out where I'm going to be like sitting comfortably this stream.
Found it. Oh, so rude.
I love that's happened at the start of every single Lorebeards.
It's like the last three of them. It's just popped on for no reason at all. That one was Patreon's fault, if you want to know. It just randomly decided to start playing a video. Thanks, Patreon. You suck.
Very funny. Okay, that's good stuff. But so quick little things to take care of before we get into it today. If you haven't seen it already, there is a vote currently up.
Just to mention on this one, if I'm a bit too loud, I'm happy to turn down a little bit. So if that is the case, tell me.
I think I'd rather go up than have you come down.
In whichever suits.
Let's see. Yes, I can.
Yeah, you've popped up a little bit there. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if that. Okay, y'all. Let me know if that's good. So there's still a vote going over on Andy's channel for what will be the next topic on the Sunday following this upcoming Sunday, which this upcoming Sunday is Manfred von Karstein. At long last, he is coming to Lorebeards, which is going to be a super exciting one.
Yeah, the stream is already up for that over on the LAWhammer channel. So if you want to go bookmark it, ring bells, or do whatever else you fancy doing, go do so now.
Yeah, and the other vote, I would really encourage you all to go check out. We'll call it on this upcoming Sunday because this one's really close right now.
It is.
The Gorkin, Mork, and Valea are neck and neck. Mathland's getting absolutely curb stomped over in the corner, but Gorkin, Mork, and Valea are
super close. Yeah.
So if you haven't, make sure to go check out that vote. I will go ahead and you can find the links on our Discord and stuff.
I've dropped my volume a little bit for those of you saying about the volume. Do tell me. And yes, the vote's over currently on the LAWhammer YouTube channel. So do pop over to the LAWhammer YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed already, do please subscribe. And while you're there, make sure you vote on either Mork and Gork, or alternatively, Valea, or if you desperately think you can make Mathland pull back, drop in on him.
Yeah, I mean, he's at like 20-something% compared to the other two at like 40-ish, or like just below 40. So it's like, it's not impossible per se. But anyway, so that's up there. And other than that, I think we'll talk about everything else pretty much at the end of the stream. So I think we're ready to do opening super chat stuff, and then we'll get into it.
Sounds good. I'll just settle in.
Yeah. Well, please do. I will also say, because I saw this a little bit last stream, so I'll just get back in the habit of reiterating it, that we prioritize like super chats and bits and stuff like that first and foremost, because these streams we tend to be on enough of a time crunch that we usually don't have time to snipe for regular comments as easily. So if you're dropping a comment, feel free to just keep trying and maybe we'll see it. But like
occasionally we drop stuff up.
Yeah, don't get like angry about it. It's not personal. We're not deliberately ignoring you.
No. Life's too short.
Yeah. Let's get into it. Biofoot, what if the Hobgoblins teamed up with the Fishmen? Well, I think the closest body of water would be the River Ruin, which I doubt any Fishman can survive in there. So that would take us down to the Sea of Dread, which a good portion of it is so polluted because of the River Ruin that down by the mouth of Ruin that they probably can't exist there either. So they're probably like hundreds and hundreds of miles away at the closest. So probably, I don't see this working out very well, unless it was like a Man of War thing, in which case that would be a totally different story. Gideon, in my opinion, the first question should be, do the Chaos Dwarfs survive in their other fortresses? Are they completely wiped out, or do they still rule the Southern Darklands? We will get into that. Yeah. Because obviously Zarnagran is not the only place where the Chaos Dwarfs are located. They do, of course, have the Tower of Gorgoth and the Black Fortress. So we will discuss all that when we get into it. They're taking his teeth! Yeah, they are.
I know, Gideon, it sucks.
It does. It truly does. Warzag's Morky Mischief. What do you think Gork and Mork thought of the Hobgoblin Rebellion? Do they want to give their treasonous children a good smack for their backstab, or do they think it was a proper sneaky and cunning move? So, yeah, probably both, because at the end of the day, Gork and Mork are very like antagonistic towards one another entities. So I would say you could very easily argue that one of them would support it, one of them would hate it.
And which one did which?
Yeah, which one would be, of course, the impossible to answer question. But I would very much say that Gork and Mork still support the Hobgoblins in their own way.
Yeah, I mean, they're greenskins.
Yep. Necromancer Cobalt, would it be a stretch to say that losing the Dwarfs denies Chaos its best arms and armor manufacturers?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, this stream will have a lot more. I saw some, in my opinion, very funny comments when we initially posted it up. People chatting in the Discords about like, this is like a weird topic. Like, it's like, this is going to have some pretty serious ramifications.
Big. I mean, this one could have a really surprisingly large ramification for the Warhammer world as a whole.
Yeah, so should have a good time with it. Gideon, of the two, who would the Dwarfs prefer we vote for? Well, they're both going to be deeply inferior options as far as the Dwarfs are concerned. That being said, they probably have more of a deep personal upset hatred towards Valea than they do Gork and Mork, who they probably just view as
who do they hate most?
Yeah, so they would definitely hate Valea more. Though whether or not that you think that means they would vote for her or not is, of course, up to you. Time to create another overpowered war boss. Well, for this one, we're probably not going to get that specific, but I don't think we need Face Flaya's alternate reality self making an appearance, but who could say? And then Intense Ultimatum. Do you think you'll touch on how this change would affect Tamarkan's campaign? Maybe towards the end. That's like very far in the future and is like it's so far removed that the world would just be very different.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see where this lands. The answer to this is we don't know. Because as is often the case when we do our what-ifs, it's not just a matter of us posing a question and then just going through the timeline and saying, oh, this ramification and this. It's more we discuss the situation at hand, we discuss it with you, you provide options, we pull them together, then we do a vote as to what's going to happen next. And then as we move on to what happens next, you'll find that the ramifications of the previous choices start creating a new branching tree of different potential opportunities for where the Warhammer world will end. I do recommend going checking out our other What If streams because they go places and they're really cool. The What If Anarian Lived stream, for example, it went places. And as I think this one may also go places that some people don't expect.
Yep. And then that guy, if Gork and Mork don't win this vote, the boys are going to crump you good. It'll be legend. Yeah, that's what they always say. Greenskins are always talking big. We'll see what actually ends up going down. But with that out of the way, it is pretty much time for us to get started. So for those, Andy basically described it, but just to make sure.
Let's go into a little intro because sure. If I don't contribute a lot to this stream, at least I can do an intro. As I say here, me tooth. Now, for those of you who missed the beginning of the stream, I have a particularly sore mouth just now, having been at the dentist. So if I slur my words, it's just simply because there's still a bit of numb hanging around in this part of my mouth. Just ignore it. It's just Andy being a bit drunk. So, with that all in place, what if the Hobgoblins betrayed the Chaos Dwarves again? Because let's be honest, there's always a certain amount of again when it comes to betrayals and the Hobgoblins. Now, for those of you who don't know, let's give a very simple, basic setup. The Chaos Dwarves are a bunch of dwarves that fell to a chaos god called Hashut. That's all you need to know. And they are a big, industrial, mean group of dwarves that live over in the Darklands and have an industrial empire over there. They are ever so slightly reminiscent of some Lord of the Rings versions of what could have happened with the various towers powers, but let's not think about that too deeply, because Games Workshop definitely doesn't uplift and steal things. So these Chaos Dwarves work on a slave populace. And this slave populace is dominated by greenskins, and dominated by greenskins that they've captured from the surrounding Wolflands, Darklands, and up into the steppes of the north, where the hobgoblins have got the hobgoblin canet, a whole host of different hobgoblin tribes. Now, greenskins, as a rule, are pretty unruly, as it turns out, when it comes to being slaves. They like to get together and have themselves a big warg and kick up a fuss. So, in their infinite wisdom, the Chaos Dwarves, being particularly clever, decided that they would mess around with the orcs and create a better version. And they did. They created Black Orcs. Black Orcs were bigger, better, meaner, didn't have all that animosity that plagues greenskins, and in general made perfect slave masters. However, as it also turned out, they made perfect leaders of a rebellion. At approximately 100 IC, so 2,600 years before the great end time event, some 100 years before the incursion of chaos that Sigmar would see off. So an incursion that led to a new Everchosen. So 100 years before that, a great rebellion happened in the capital of the Chaos Dwarfs, Zarnagarund. And it was going swimmingly. The orcs, led by the Black Orcs and the Hobgoblins, turned side and started taking down their Chaos Dwarf slave masters. And if you don't know already, go check our Zarnagarund stream. Zarnagarund is basically one gigantic pyramid, a ziggurat, stepped pyramid. And they started taking it layer by layer by layer by layer. And they were going to win. That's it. They were going to win. They were going to wipe out the heart of Hashut worship and the Chaos Dwarves. But hobgoblins. Now, the hobgoblin character for Warhammer Hobgoblins is that they are sneaky gets. They backstab, and they are filled with the concept of betrayal in their little black hearts. Indeed, an average hobgoblin has a big, gigantic hump on their back to deal with all the backstabbing that is almost certain to come their way from their peers. And the hobgoblins, sensing that they could get one over the Black Orcs, switched sides near the end of the complete desecration of Zarnagarund, supported the Chaos Dwarves, and ended the entire revolution. The Greenskins were put down, the Hobgoblins were raised up in Zarnagarund and effectively became trusted servitors underneath the Chaos Dwarves, as much as the Chaos Dwarves are ever willing to share power, and they're really not. But it was certainly far better than what they had it before. Much better. And they took over what once used to be the Black Orc position within Zarnagarund. And in the standard timeline, that was it going forwards. And 2,000 years later, come the end of the world, the Hobgoblins would still be in that particularly well-regarded position by the Chaos Dwarves, holding rule over the other slaves inside Zarnagarund. It's also worth noting that 2,000 years worth of being in control there hasn't really brought them any great victories. They're kind of stuck in there, and they haven't done anything majorly treacherous again ever since that point. But the general discussion is amongst all greenskins, if you go with any of the stories, it's broadly speaking, no greenskins anywhere apparently trust hobgoblins because of this event, as if Zarnagarund was at the heart of all greenskin matters across the world. But that's how it's generally written inside Warhammer lore. They generally say something like, and the Greenskins never trusted hobgoblins again from that day forward. Because obviously they all know what happens in one tiny corner of the Warhammer world where very few people ever visit, except for slaves.
It's that fungal communication network among the Greenskins.
Yeah, 100%. Fungal communication. It went through the, Myconid network or something like that, and we were fine. So that's loosely what the situation is. But today, we are making one change. As is often the case with our What If series, what we're doing is we're saying, what if one thing, just one thing, changed? And this instance, our big what if is, What if the Hobgoblins then betrayed the Chaos Dwarves after betraying the Greenskins and took them out once they were then fighting side by side by them? Because we're not simply saying the Hobgoblins betray the Chaos Dwarves, fight up against them, and they just don't betray the Greenskins. No, they're Hobgoblins. Betrayal is at the heart of what they do. So they betray the Chaos Dwarves, they join the Black Orcs, they take out most of the layers, then they betray the Black Orcs and the other Orcs, getting onto the other side. But that in and itself is also a betrayal where they then stab their would-be allies, the Chaos Dwarves, in the back once more.
It's that extra layer of cunning.
Yeah, that extra layer of cunning. And the big question is, what if they did that? What would be the big impact for the Warhammer world as a whole? Or would it be a little bit of a puff of smoke and nothing else happens? Because this is only one tiny corner of the Warhammer world. Now, before I pass it over to you all to discuss, I'll say there's one other very large thing to consider. And it's one that's already popped up when we were doing the preamble in the chat here. Zarnagarund has a very special place in the power balance of the world. Not a lot of people realize how important it is, but it is extraordinarily important. Most of the suits of chaos armor that are out there are supposedly forged in Zarnagarund. Many of the chaos weapons inhabited by the worst demons were forged in Zarnagarund. Now, as we've discussed in other streams, like, for example, our Khorne-related streams, what's happening with that good old Brass Citadel, Khorne also has forges, but they are demonic and in the realms of chaos, and it involves something very special to get that stuff out. And much of the stuff that comes out, we already know about. It is the big brass demon machines, including simple things like the juggernauts of Khorne. All of these things are forged in Khorne's forges. The Chaos Dwarves significantly add more to the mortal preparations of chaos. And what we're discussing today is, what if we take away Chaos's biggest support network?
Yeah, so there is, just like all of our other what ifs, basically we're going to start at the inciting incident, which means we're going to start at minus 100 IC over in Zarnagarund, and then we'll see where we go from there. And just like all of our other what ifs, this will have a reasonable amount of like votes and support. So feel free to be like throwing your ideas around and stuff in the chats, because we'll be looking for them. My lovely moderators will be dealing with the Twitch chat votes, and I will be dealing with the YouTube votes. And
I have it easy to sit here crying solely in the corner.
We have a few more super chat things that came in, so I'll grab those real fast just to have us all caught up, and then we're just going to dive full into it. Vault Boys, in my opinion, this is going to be bad news for Cathay, Dwarfs, the Empire, and Chaos Dwarfs, obviously. Real question is, who else gets crumped? Well, that's what we're here to figure out, because one of the things that is nice about the vote system is there's, of course, a lot of what ifs after the first what if. So it's very much up to y'all of, once we kind of get our establishing scenario settled, where things go from there will be very much up to not only the discourse y'all are having in the chat, but also me and Andy will be reading it, and then we'll add our own thoughts to it, and then we'll say, okay, well, from these four, say, options, which way do y'all want to go? And then it'll just be whoever wins the vote. It's that simple, straightforward. So we might go towards Cathay, we might go after Chaos, we might go after the Dwarfs, who knows? We'll find out. Gideon, did the rebellion happen before or after Nehekara conquered the Darklands? Pre or post Nagash? This is very post Nagash.
Way after, yeah. So, this is a surprisingly recent event. It's pretty much just at the cusp of the time of Sigmar, just before it. So it's a relatively modern event in terms of the overall Warhammer world, but it's a very ancient event as far as places like, say, the Empire are concerned.
Yeah. Average Famir enjoyer. How would the betrayal of the Hobgoblins of the Darklands affect the true Hobgoblin from the steppes? Well, we'll get into that because there is going to be an impact. The Greenskin world is going to be notably different. And it's going to be curious to see where y'all want to go with it as we talk about where it could go. But there's little doubt in my mind that how Greenskin culture will be shaped because of this is going to be very, very different, because the other Greenskins might not end up with that nasty reputation towards the Hobgoblins, because clearly the Hobgoblins were just thinking as true proper gets. They were being brutally cunning, or perhaps cunningly brutal, who could say, in their execution of the Chaos Dwarfs. But we'll get there in just a moment. Fivefoot, can Valea have half of Mathline's votes for war reparations from the War of Vengeance? I think she deserves it. Also,
the dwarves should be paying the reparations.
We are not getting involved in any species' conflicts with the votes. Now, one guy, I'm curious about how Hashut itself would react to this rebellion. If it was apparent that the Chaos Dwarfs were losing, would Hashut intercede? So we'll discuss that a bit here in just a moment. Actually, I think we can kind of get into it. So the stage is set. The Chaos Dwarf the Greenskin rebellions against the Chaos Dwarfs have kicked off. The Black Orcs have been invented. We've had 50 years of rebellions building up across the Chaos Dwarf Empire. It's not just in Zarnagrand. It actually ends in Zarnagrand, but it's been building up in waves towards the capital. And the Greenskins have gathered enough might behind them and are, more importantly, organized enough that they are able, thanks to Black Orc bullying, to set aside their differences. And one note that's actually very, very scary in the story for the rest of the world that I want y'all to think about is that in this rebellion, it's said that the Greenskins start turning the weapons of the Chaos Dwarves against them.
Yeah.
So they start taking all of the war machines of Zarnagrand and turning them around to face the Citadel itself and start using them to lay siege to it. Mm-hmm. Which, once again, think about that compared to what your normal Greenskins do. And they push up and up and up. We get our whole situation of the Hobgoblins appear to start betraying their fellow Greenskins. The Chaos Dwarfs, thinking that this opportunity is their moment to turn the tide, throw open the doors, march out to secure it. But it was apparently a ploy all along. And the Hobgoblins now take advantage of this moment to get behind the Chaos Dwarfs, who are now cut off and have their armor to their ultimate sanctums left open, and it's a massacre. The Chaos Dwarfs lose Zarnagrand. That is our starting point. So I think someone in the chat actually brought up a very good idea about what is the resolution of Hashut. I think that's a really, really good starting vote.
I'd say before that, I think there's one thing that we need to be certain about, and that is how many of the Chaos Dwarves are going to survive this war. We can determine what Hashut does about that afterwards, if anything. I think the first question might be, is this basically the utter annihilation of the Chaos Dwarves? Or is it, say, half of them are destroyed and the rest of them fall back into surrounding fortresses that they manage to hold and possibly retreat even further into the mountains?
I agree.
Or are we talking that maybe, 30% or 10% survive? So I would have a percentage vote and a wiped out option, because that makes a significant impact on the overall story that we're going to be telling and the potential of them trying to pull some sort of revenge at a later date.
Yeah, so a couple things to keep in mind as we go into this first vote, which I agree with Andy is a good starting place, is talking about what is the Chaos Dwarf situation look like with the fall of Mingol Zarnagrand. And the answer is bluntly very, very bad. Most people are kind of aware of this, but the thing about the Chaos Dwarfs is they have one city. Now, they have outposts like the Tower of Gorgoth, which is essentially a very large fortified tower overseeing a complex mining operation, and the Black Fortress, which is a military outpost that also has a significant mining operation, but not as much as the Tower of Gorgoth, and is mostly there to defend the crossing of the River Ruin into the Darklands proper and up towards Zarnagrand from major threats. And also, hi, Lindsay! Love from Hathlar getting drunk on cocktails with the viewer. Very cool. Hope y'all
a viewer happened to be passing through Edinburgh and they all met up. But of course, I'm here, being all Lorebeardy and so I wish I was with you out there.
Poor Andy. Well, y'all, I hope y'all have a very good time. So the thing to keep in mind is that, and Andy might have a different opinion on this. I'm just going to give my thoughts on it. But Zarnagrand is the heart of the Chaos Dwarf Empire.
That's interesting. Exactly the word I was going to use. I was going to say, think of it like a body. The Zarnagrand is the heart. It does everything. It pumps out all the Chaos Dwarves, the slaves, and everything out around. But there's nothing else. It's not connecting to a second heart. It's not connecting to other parts. Yes, there are other settlements. They might be helping clean the blood or do some other fun, exciting things. But ultimately, Zarnagarund's the heart, and the heart's been removed, which means, bluntly, Zarnagarund, with its death, the Chaos Dwarves are dead, as they're understood to be a faction. But that doesn't mean that there isn't going to be a lot of surviving elements out there, which is what we're probably going to be discussing with our first vote.
Yeah, so keep in mind that their food cut off. A lot of their supply lines completely evaporated. So the priesthood, for the most part, gone. There's going to be a couple of notable survivors, you know, like your a couple of characters that we won't necessarily know because they likely aren't alive at this point, over in the Tower of Gorgoth and the Black Fortress. But those
they might be dead as well if you vote for Wipeout.
Yeah, because keep in mind that this could just be the Greenskins get this success. This might cause the rest of the rebellion to go into complete overdrive, where the Greenskins now pivot towards those remaining outposts, surround them, which are also full of Greenskin slaves. And those slaves, hearing about the successes, these armies come in, also break free, swarm up the towers, and the Chaos Wars are utterly wiped out. Or do you think that these forces, like the military forces of the Black Fortress, would do a fighting retreat? Do you think that, no, that's not Chaos Wars, they would hide up in their tower and they would try and lock things down in a true dwarven fashion, which is how they dealt with Tarmakon. But if they do that, eventually they're fucked.
Yeah, they are. I mean, you're effectively choosing Wipeout. So I think your options are something like complete Wipeout, stragglers left alive and lots of outposts, or alternatively, possibly something like one group that have managed to hide away, that through perhaps rituals to Hashat, or perhaps connections with chaos powers to the north, or whatever else, have managed to survive, and then one other option.
Okay, so we'll go with Total Annihilation.
Total Wipeout! They didn't spell in the water. They bounced in those bouncy balls too much. Showing my Wipeout.
Good show.
It's a bad show.
It's very. If you've got nothing, I enjoyed it. It's mindless fun. So with Total Annihilation, we can have isolated pockets.
Yeah.
So this.
I think there's one thing that's worth noting as well. Concerning the narrative here, none of these are better. Just so that we're not sitting here going, oh, this is the one you should go for because it makes a better story. Complete Wipeout makes sense because the Greenskins go ape. A single group hiding out somewhere also makes sense because Greenskins are not the most, let's say, efficient when it comes to hunting things down. They tend to warg over an area, and if things get left behind that they miss, then so be it. They're off to the next area and often fighting each other. But it is also worth noting, and you're just making your choice here, we do have Black Orcs, and not the Black Orcs that are going to be put down that we know and love today. These are Black Orcs who are at their peak and at the peak of success. So we almost certainly have at least one, if not 3 or 4, very powerful Black Orc warlords who are going to be responsible for what's going on down here, which is possibly going to be another vote we need to determine, which is just how powerful are these and what are they going to do when they have now effectively created a new empire from nothing? Is it just going to fall apart or not? So we've got Black Orcs in control, which means we can make a really good story saying they could effectively hunt people down or kill enough of them and then realize that to kill everyone would use up too much of their numbers and then withdraw. There's different stories we can take. There is not a better option.
Yeah, so to be clear, votes gonna be going live here in just a second. Let's do every poll for 2 minutes, Twitch guys. And the first one, there's 3 options. There's Total Annihilation, a decent sized military group fights free, or a isolated survivors escape to the wilds. So the military group would be like the largest, most significant bunch, like a nice coordinated fight free group. Isolated pockets would be more like small little things that aren't really going to be able to come together very easily, but might come back much later in the story. escape, or everyone just gets butchered. And we're starting the poll now. And we can get caught up on super chats and stuff while that's going. We were over here. Darius Rose, Black Orc War Boss, Stone Cold Ironhide. That's no. Ride the Skullcracker around like an ATV during the rebellion. Chaos Dwarf Overseer Vince McMahon. Austin! No, please don't. If you're gonna WWE something, this is neither like that should belong to the ogres. How dare you? Don't steal, don't culturally pilfer my ogres. Captain Magma, big timeline shakeup. If Dwarfs are losing badly enough, the first ever chosen takes an early detour to preserve their armor and weapons crafters. So we will get into Morcar in a bit, but the thing is, Morcar hasn't been born yet. He's going to be born soon. But,
I mean, we don't know that. We don't have a born date. I mean, he could be 200 years old.
Sorry, I will rephrase of it, the only book he's
not ever chosen yet.
Yes, he's not ever chosen yet, and the only book that's ever talked about him in any detail really was the Sigmar trilogy, which has him very young.
That's a fair point.
Like
Sigmar trilogy.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Because he's like a direct consequence of Sigmar attacking the Norskins. But you may not like that version and not consider it canon, which is totally fair because it's a Black Library book. So
yeah.
But he's not ever chosen yet. So it's likely he would not be able to respond in time. Because he's either off doing ever chosen things or he just isn't around yet. Gideon, the presence of this new massive orc fortress might lead to Greasus' defeat at the Firemouth due to a lot more orcs for the enemy force nearby. Very true.
Oh, yeah.
This will have big shakeups.
It's going to have significant shakeups in the local power dynamics. Because the Chaos Dwarves in general are insular. They tend to, like most dwarves do, turtle down. And they have their own individual veins reaching out to the important minerals or the important resources that they require. And they often then put a fortress above it just to make sure that it can be properly protected. But they are not an expansive group. And they are most certainly not that. And it might sound ridiculous saying this, but they're not that warlike in the greater scheme of things. There are far more warlike factions inside the Warhammer world as a whole. And yeah, we're going to be replacing them with what appears to almost certainly be a Black Orc-led set of orcs and a Hobgoblin faction of immense power. And exactly how that's going to fall out is going to be interesting.
Yeah. All right. So here, basically, combining the votes and looking at it, the winner by a pretty healthy margin, not crazy healthy, but a good amount of healthy, is Isolated Pockets Flee into the Wilds.
Yeah, your Chaos Dwarves then are not annihilated, but they are kind of fucked. Okay, so what do we have here then? Zarnagarund falls. It is gone. And all of the great forges of the Chaos Dwarves, all of their great weaponry is now in Black Orc hands. On top of this, we have ourselves several large competing factions sitting in the heart of what was once the Chaos Dwarf Empire. We have ourselves almost certainly several groups of Black Orc-led Greenskins, and at least one, if not several groups of Hobgoblin-led Greenskins as well. And the Black Orcs are not like your standard Greenskins. If you don't know too much about them, to cut a long story short, they're bigger, meaner, and damn good at being generals and keeping Greenskins under their thumb. And effectively stopping the great animosity that plagues the Greenskins all the time. And the Hobgoblins, well, they still have animosity problems. And they still have backstabbing problems. So this is possibly a core component of their story moving forwards. But we've got several competing factions here, which, generally speaking, for Greenskins means we're going to have some sort of either war, or because we have Black Orcs involved, possibly not. We might actually have a truce, several groups moving apart, taking hold of different Chaos Dwarf, I don't know, towers, watch posts, defensive points, and turning them into great Orc bastions. And if that's the case, the entirety of what was once the Chaos Dwarf Empire has now become, by extension, a Greenskin Empire.
Yeah, as it is very, very worth noting that Greenskins, as we go, if you go check out our Black Crag stream, and also our Gorbad Ironclaw stream, there are greenskins that set up bases. They build orc forts where they basically take over like a fallen hold or what have you, and they decide, oh, this place is pretty good, I'm gonna settle here and continue to mine the resources and do all sorts of crazy stuff. Now, the thing that's very scary about this particular group of greenskins we're working with is that this is not a normal culture of greenskins. Yeah. These are the freed slaves of Tsar Nagrin, which means they know how to mine, they know how to transport materials, they know how to do smithing to not as nearly as good of an extent, but they know how. One of the things that's talked about in the Greenskin army books is that when the Chaos Dwarf Rebellion went down and they kicked all the Black Orcs out, and a lot of greenskins went with them because they didn't wipe them out, they just pushed them out of the city, that this caused a revolution in the greenskins over in the old world because all these new greenskins showed up that knew how to work metal. And they taught other greenskins how to smith. Now, granted, it's crude by like dwarf standards, but it still changed everything and made greenskins a lot more deadly. So these are not greenskins that like have just taken over Dwarfhold, but they don't know how anything works. They know how everything works.
Yeah, I'm going to reinforce that because I wholly agree with it. These are not the Black Orcs that we have later. The Chaos Dwarves change how they handle greenskins after the rebellions, and they effectively give the Hobgoblins run of the slaves, but none of the decision-making power, none of the access to the weapons. Everything gets completely changed because the Black Orcs showed that their previous attempt done screwed up. And in this version, their screw up is going to have significant ramifications because the Black Orcs win. And we have intelligent, big, nasty creatures with arguably the weapons of the Chaos Dwarves at their disposal. So I think a very important question for you to answer here is, what do they do with them? Because it's quite likely they attempt to use them and it screws up, or they attempt to use them and they can. We have different stories that we could tell for the Black Orcs that have taken over here. We could have all manner of different stories for the ramifications of using effectively demon-infused weaponry and what it might do to these greenskins. Apparently, it does very little because they used them for some significant amount of time under Chaos Dwarf control. It's probably one of the reasons why they like using greenskins so much, because they are, out of all the species of the Warhammer world, one of the least susceptible to fall to chaos, because they are just greenskins. They've got Mork and Gork and they do their own thing. So they're possibly going to be relatively safe in this, which makes an interesting setup. But I think we need to decide just how much of what was once the Chaos Dwarf repertoire do these Black Orcs take over.
Yes, well, I think what we could boil it down to is, what is the next step? So the Greenskins have successfully wiped out the Chaos Dwarf Empire. All of the major outposts have fallen. Some scattered Chaos Dwarfs have flown to the winds, which means that as a species, they still exist. They likely are going to go north and join up as very, very revered, but very extremely rare uber smiths that have to go into the deep north. If
you want a quick analogy, think of them like the Strigony in the Empire. You find them every once in a while, but, you know, they're not common. Yeah. And they also carry the legacy of their defeat.
Yeah. But now we're figuring out, what do the Greenskins do in this victory? Which I think I think we could dial this down to a really nice 4 options that could take us into some very, very different directions. So I would say the first is, they establish a Greenskin empire. So they take over the Chaos Dwarf holds and they actually stay there. They orcify them, you know, they put up all their things to orc and mork. Shamans start moving in, and it becomes a proper orky and goblin-y empire, which means they're going to be taking all of the Chaos Dwarf stuff that they're sitting on and rejigging
orcifying it.
They're going to orcify everything.
Yeah, totally. Warg the lads.
Which is going to be pretty spooky. The second option that I think would be very, very likely in this
Just because
situation.
it made me laugh. Darklands, nah, Dorklands.
It's Dork.
Dork
science.
is back.
Dork's
Dork
back,
is
baby.
back. My favorite orc. See our other streams for that one.
Yeah, notably the Black Crack stream.
Black stream. Dork was the
best.
best.
The second option that could be very, very likely is that the Wa continues. So the Greenskins don't settle.
It turns into a Wa.
Yeah, it turns into a Wa. They don't settle.
Yeah.
They've built momentum. Now they're going to go out in some direction. So Wa would be our second option. Not necessarily what they would do, but just as likely as them going.
Settle, Wa. What's next?
The most likely third option, in my opinion, would be Civil War. Where
that sounds good.
The Greenskins have a punch up. The Hobgoblins they're like, hey, we landed the final blow. We should be in charge. Black Orcs got, nah, fuck you guys. We're Black Orcs. We should be in charge. And you have other forces like the wolf tribes from the Wolflands notice what's going on and start coming in. Shamans are coming in. So there's a power vacuum that needs to be filled.
Yeah. So first one is tech upgrade, settle, and civilization. Second one is we go to war, which could have massive implications depending on which direction they go in. Because hell, there is already the Greenskin Wars raging across the World's Edge Mountains at the moment. Raging. And a massive Wa is about to build up around about the Border Princes and move into Blackfire Pass in 100 years' time. If that is supported by orcs, it'll be completely different. And it could be supported with option 1 or option 2 here, depending upon how it occurs. And then we have our third option, which is it all turns into one gigantic punch-up. Quite like that. Have you got any other ones?
I will look to see if anybody in chat has a fourth idea for something you think the Greenskins would do at this point.
Drop it in now.
Feel free to drop it in now. Why not all of the above? Well, all of the above would basically break down to picking the first option. To
pretty much.
Because some of 2 and 3 would still happen in 1. If it makes sense. Greenskins falling to Hashit.
Doesn't seem like Hashit's style.
Yeah, I don't think that's something Hashit would honestly go for. I think it's more like...
why don't we turn this around instead and say option 4 is Zarnagarun goes boom. And by that I mean we have ourselves the ultimate example of Chaos Dwarf vengeance, perhaps expressed through Hashut, according to some, as they will view the myth of what occurs here. Perhaps it's some sort of uber weapon that unfolds because of the Chaos Dwarves eventually completely cornered and let it off. But whatever happens, it effectively becomes the center of a gigantic explosion. It all goes wrong, meaning that we don't have a Black Orc or Hobgoblin Empire building from here because it's destroyed. The heart of it is completely wiped out. So rather than the opposite, which is the first one, which is we have an Orc Empire, the fourth option is we have zero empire at all. It does blow up, which is potentially a lot of fun depending upon how that unfolds.
If you're just like the biggest Hashit stan, this is going to be your Hashit moment.
Yeah, totally.
All right. So first option is they settle. Basically, the Black Orcs decide to turn Mingles Arnagrund into the new Black Crag, a much bigger, scarier Black Crag. And this, if you're voting for this option, this means the Greenskins are advancing as a species.
We're getting a tech tree advance.
Yeah, this is tech tree advance, and it's going to be huge.
Totally.
Second option is that the Wa continues, so we'll just say Wa, where the Greenskins, they don't stop. They have that momentum, and they're going to keep going, and we'll figure out where they're going to go. But they basically just continue their momentum and just keep rampaging out. The third option is that the Greenskins, after winning this great victory, turn inwards and basically have a punch up to settle the power vacuum. So we'll call it that just Civil War.
I don't need no Civil War. Yeah, Civil War.
Which will focus them for a while, but will also likely result in something very, very nasty coming out the other side. And the fourth option is Hashit's Revenge, where Hashit, and thanks to the actions of the Chaos Dwarves, unleashes one final fuck you, double fingers of double middle finger up to the Chaos Dwarf or to the Greenskins, and detonates Zarnagra, turning it into a giant miles wide crater of death.
Totally. I mean, Hashat has lost all of his chosen people, and the Greenskins have literally zero interest in him at all because he is their oppressor that they are being freed from. The chains are broken. Mork and Gork has risen, and Hashat, in the last spiteful point of revenge, goes boom, or the Chaos Sorcerers go boom, or whatever other option we eventually go for. But effectively, we are wiping out the entire city with our last option. So I love these because all of these tell very different stories, and they potentially have completely different impacts for what the Warhammer world will develop into later.
All right, this one's a little dense, so I'm going to give you all 3 minutes. Mods, let's do a 3-minute vote on this one instead of 2. And while you're doing that, we'll get caught up on some super chat stuff. We have boom. What if the Greenskin mycelial network did exist? You could kind of argue it does.
Yeah, you could argue that,
but it would exist more in an etheric sense, not a physical sense. If there was a physical one, that'd be pretty cool. It'd have to be very, very deep below the ground. It would probably only really affect Greenskins that were being like born. But I mean, that could be a fun story if you wanted to mess around with like how Greenskins develop as quickly as they do. But you probably have an easier time arguing that there is some form of etheric mycelial network that explains why they have like racial memory. So like why shamans can conjure the stories of war bosses they've never heard of, or why like some Greenskins are scared of Sigmar stuff, even though they shouldn't really know who he is. Why lots of Greenskins maybe hate hobgoblins, even though that happened really, really far away. That could be an argument you make, but it's not like anything super hard supported. It's just theory crafting. That one guy, the age of stunties is over. The time of the boys has come. Yeah.
We've got a lot of stunties left to go yet.
Yeah, there are quite a few, actually. Though, to be fair, they are not in a very good position right now.
No, they are not, because the stunties at this particular point are at war with Greenskins across the World's Edge Mountain and on the losing side after thousands of years worth of Goblin War horror. In about 100 years' time, that war is going to come to an end when Sigmar effectively binds together all the tribes of humanity that are in the big Reich Basin to the north, and they face off against an enormous wah of orcs. The great pile-up that was effectively going to finally wipe out the dwarves faces it and defeats it. But in this timeline, that might not occur.
Yeah. Just a reminder, vote, please vote, please vote, please vote.
Indeed, at the moment, we've had about a third of you vote over on YouTube, so a few more of you could put your phones down and click tap on there if you would like to do so.
Gideon, given what's below Uzkalak, does that survive? So whatever horror is lurking in the depths of Uzkalak, the Greenskins are probably not going to bother it. They'll probably kill the easy things. Greenskins are actually a lot smarter than people give them credit for. When they come up against like bullshit horror movie stuff, they nope the fuck out.
Yeah, they're like, no, it's spooky. Let's get out of here, lads. Or off they go.
Yeah, they're not really into fighting crazy, superstitious, weird things. They tend to just fuck off.
Super close over on YouTube. There's now only 1% between it. And as I say that, it turned to 3%. But whatever. It's still super close.
Captain Magma. This would also probably attract all the Greenskins in the World's Edge Mountains. It would almost certainly slam the Dwarf Holds or onto the Olo Empire. Yeah,
they're already doing this. This is already something that's currently happening, Captain Magma. So there is an enormous uprising, effectively, of Greenskins everywhere anyway. And this is going to potentially consolidate it. But if you go with the boom option, it's probably going to bring it to an end in some regards.
And that is time.
Oh, it's close, but it's a big choice.
I'm waiting for
it over on Twitch.
Come off. Come on, YouTube. Come on, YouTube. I believe in you. There we go. Wow. Yep. Okay.
It's close, but they got a winner.
Yeah. So comparing this against. I actually have to do math on this one. Hold on a second. Let's see. So if I do 122 times 0.30, That's going to be that. Okay. 30. So we'll say 37. If I do it times that. Oh, I think it's a tie.
Christ. That's really close.
I think it's a tie. Because there's
how many voters to help break that tie? It depends what the tie is.
I think it's exact. Because so
no, I meant how many voters on both sides, because that would break a tie, whichever side's got the heavier votes, which I imagine is YouTube.
Oh yeah, YouTube by country mile. Okay, so yeah, so
unless we get a good story out of a tie, depends what the tie is.
So it's a tie between Settle and Hashit's Revenge.
Oh, I thought Civil War won over in Twitch.
No, well, Civil War did win, but not by nearly enough to matter.
How do you? I mean, they had to vote for a different thing, didn't they?
I wonder if we should.
So let's build bits out of this. No, let's build bits out of it because we've got several potential options here. Hashit's Revenge was not first on either. So it feels not right to make it the one that wins. Settle was first on one, and Civil War was second on the other. So both of those feel like they should definitely have some sort of impact. And possibly Hashit's Revenge is not necessarily something that happens, but it's something that's close to happening. So it's not a perfect setup for the center of our civilization. So it suggests something like the following. The war is brutal and awful, and Zarnagarund, half of it has collapsed into a giant crater of hell, and the other half of it is entirely held by greenskins. It's a mess, but our top vote on one side is they settle here. So the one group of greenskins goes here, but we also have civil war. So we have the hobgoblins and the black orcs falling out. That seems to be a pretty obvious next solution.
Yeah, I agree.
So those hobgoblins leave because the black orcs are almost certainly going to outnumber them because they'll have the greenskins on their side, and it's going to be a bitter difference in terms of how they present themselves, meaning that we've got a group of hobgoblins that probably go somewhere else, and it's not going to be with Chaos Dwarfs. So we've got a different new group of hobgoblins moving off into the Wolflands and the Darklands over there.
So what I'm seeing a lot in chat, and I think this is interesting, is a lot of people arguing about because Hashit's Revenge was close. It was second place. It was second place on both. Should it be so? People seem to be arguing between two options that I think are both really interesting. One being Hashit's Revenge happens at the end of the rebellion. It destroys a lot of the Zarnagran, not all of it, but it destroys a lot of it. So the greenskins don't just have full access to everything Zarnagran have, but they're able to pick up from the pieces and inhabit the ashes and start rebuilding things in their own way. Or two, some people are saying, what if Hashit's Revenge is something that happens in the distant future? There is something that's set into motion.
So that's a toughie because it will almost certainly need a trigger. Which will almost certainly possibly be a Chaos Dwarf coming back and doing something. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It makes out for a potentially fun story that we could, depending upon where it all lands, bring up near the end of whatever this version does. But if we have it happen, I mean, it didn't win, so it feels almost unfair to have Hashit actually win this one.
Yeah, my offer, I think, would probably be something along the lines of either a notable, like all of the top layers of Zarnagran are destroyed,
or maybe a bottom,
or maybe something like the Tower of Gorgoth or the Black Fortress is totally wiped out.
I would probably have Zarnagran's bottom out, make it a skeletal wreck of what it once was. So that means that they don't have access to everything. I mean, we got a clear winner over on YouTube, Settle, but that, because it was so close to the others, it seems that they're going to lose some of the access to the potential tech tree that they could have had because it was so close to the explosion. So that means on the YouTube side, we simply have the explosion undermine the tech tree, but they still settle there. And if we go to the Twitch side, it's quite clear, is by a significant margin in Twitch, civil war. So that means that we can have one of the Greenskin groups shearing off after a lot of bickering, and almost certainly the Black Orcs consolidating, the Hobgoblins reverting to type, which is becoming nomads and going down into the plains, where many a Goblin Wolf Rider can be found out there already.
I think what we could end up with as this scenario that I like is the Black Orcs take over what the Chaos Dwarfs had. Zarnagrin is deeply crippled, so I would say the most immediate effect would be the weapons that the Greenskins turned against the Chaos Dwarfs, their siege weapons and all that crazy stuff, are destroyed. The Greenskins don't have the crazy advanced siege weaponry that they knew how to use. Instead, they need to make things from scratch, which they do have some really, really nice armories and materials to work with, so this is still a tech upgrade, and they still know what they're doing.
But it's less of a tech upgrade because you voted for. Hashut goes,
yes,
as well. Yeah.
And then to me, I think the Hobgoblin thing we could do that could be quite interesting is that the Hobgoblin Khanate is now in a good position, depending on how a couple things go, to expand.
At the moment, it's not really a Khanate, though. It's more of a whole bunch of competing warlord tribes. So
True.
It's not
so
like one group.
I guess I would say that the Hobgoblins get a powerful foothold in the Wolflands.
I do think that there's one here that is potentially worth bringing up as well from Harry. The idea that with the falling out between the Black Orcs and the Greenskins, the Hobgoblins, part of the Hobgoblins' withdrawal is helping the whole place blow up. Fuck yeah. Classic backstabbing from the Hobgoblins. So rather than, because Hashut's revenge didn't win in either, so rather than Hashut's revenge per se, it's more the Hobgoblins backstab the Black Orcs because the Black Orcs are not willing to give up control, and they cause half of Zarnagarund to collapse, causing untold countless numbers of casualties as they then flee off either north, south, east, or west, doesn't really matter, possibly towards the Khanate in direction, but possibly away from that, knowing that very possibly they could end up in war with them as well. They don't trust anything.
Yeah, so our Hobgoblins are now out as a very large, nasty kind of neutral force out in the world. We have the Greenskins now have secured the start of a brand new empire, and they're slowed down a little bit, but in the grand scheme of things, and because of how fast Greenskins tend to move, it's not going to slow them down much.
I'm going to say there's one other major difference that we've got here, and it's something that's hard-coded into Warhammer's description of Hobgoblins, which we've now decoded in many respects, and that's that they are no longer the untrustworthy allies. They are still Hobgoblins. They are still backstabbing, treacherous motherfuckers, but they are no longer the ones that ruined it for all orcs. It's not added to their ancestral memory or whatever else you want to call it. That means that the Greenskins will lean one way or another when it comes to Hobgoblins, meaning that Greenskins will now frequently ally with Hobgoblins in a way that they just don't typically in the standard Warhammer timeline. And by that, I mean, if you've got yourself an Orc and Goblin army, you generally don't have a pile of Hobgoblins in it. They're a different army, a different group. They are only attached to Chaos Dwarfs. In this version of Warhammer now, Greenskins include Hobgoblins. And I would suggest that that's our big first major change. Other than we now have a new Orc Empire building from what was once Zarnagarund and is now, you need to make up a cool new fortress for this. It'll be simple because orcs are simple creatures like Iron Fortress or whatever they decide to call it. But we've got a new Orc Center with Black Orc Center. So this is very different to the orcs in the World's Edge Mountains that are orcs. These are Black Orcs, and they are going to be spanning outwards over the course of the next so many decades. But we also have Greenskins accepting Hobgoblins and an enormous number of Hobgoblins that are now swashing out towards the World's Edge and allying with the Greenskins that are in the mountains over there, currently wiping out dwarves. So basically what we've done is we've expanded the Orc and Goblin army list to include Hobgoblins now. It's a new and brave world.
Yep. And with this is then going to have a very, very, very
I want to bring this one up from Gers. I disagree. Orcs and goblins constantly backstab each other all the time. This is much less of a treachery in this case.
Yeah, that would just be seen as like normal
standard greenskin diplomacy.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's not anything more ridiculous than regular goblins would do.
Yeah.
So I think the Black Orcs themselves would be frustrated by it, but most Greenskins would probably find it funny, if anything.
But the Black Orcs would also potentially, the big thing is they'd understand it.
Yeah.
Because the Hobgoblins demand control, the Black Orcs outright deny it to them, and the Black Orcs are basically scolded for doing what they did. The Black Orcs go, we pretty much brought that upon ourselves. We could have dealt with the Hobgoblins better, and we didn't. In many respects, they lose their Hobgoblin allies because of their stubbornness. The Black Orcs make the mistake here. It's not the great treachery of the Hobgoblins that we would have had in our first timeline. Instead, this is almost the Black Orc betrayal of the Hobgoblins, where they weren't willing to share power, or indeed never willing to kowtow to a Hobgoblin. Sitting above them all.
All right, so from here, we have what is very obviously the next step, which is that there is currently a WA building momentum just down the road. And Greenskins WAs call to all Greenskins for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of miles. And the Greenskins in the Darklands are going to hear and get caught up in this force that's building in the World's Edge Mountains in the Badlands. And they're going to come over and they're going to join it, co-opt it, but in some form be a part of it. Which means that the Battle of Blackfire Pass that is building up and about to happen is about to be way, way nastier. Because let's loosely sum this for those of you who don't know your Warhammer history, because many of you might not. There's a few key important details here for the foundation of what the modern Warhammer world offers over in the old world. And at this era, the Greenskins are at war with the Dwarfs across the World's Edge Mountains that pretty much mark the entire edge of the eastern side, of the old world. And the Dwarfs are losing. In the official timeline, an enormous WA rises up to effectively, finally, wash through all of these mountains and kill all of the Dwarfs. And this WA is met by the Dwarfs and by Sigmar's armies in Blackfire Pass. And Sigmar kills the war boss, bringing that mighty war to a shattering and unexpected conclusion. The Greenskins flee in lots of different directions. The mop-up operation begins, and the Goblin Wars that had plagued the World's Edge Mountains for centuries are brought to an end. It is an enormous victory for the forces of humanity and the Dwarfs. Enormous. It cannot be underestimated how important this battle was for the continuing civilization as we understand it of the old world. However, in this version, we've got something very different, because the refugees of this war, which did indeed come into Blackfire Pass and the battle there, are no longer a few refugees from the Chaos Dwarf War. What we now have is an orc civilization that has been going for decades, sitting in the heart of what once used to be the Chaos Dwarf realms. And they are organized, they are victorious, which is an important mindset to take into account here, and they are still Greenskins. And there's one thing that Black Orcs in particular, love to do, and that's take control. They love to take control. The chance of an enormous WA of this size building up through the Border Princes and through the World's Edge Mountains and then up towards Blackfire Pass and not picking up Black Orcs is almost nil. Our question is more, what actually happens here? What do the addition of an entire empire of Greenskins make to this WA? And it doesn't necessarily mean, well, clearly Sigmar then loses. There's more stories here we can tell. Okay, it's very possible the Black Orcs might pacify them.
and do something very different inside the Border Princes and instead withdraw from the Blackfire Pass, say this is a stupid focal point, you are making a mistake. Instead, we should be taking the holds out one by one by one. Ignore humanity. There's lots of different ways this war could be taken, and the Black Orcs are significantly more tactically advanced, significantly so, than the rather basic by comparison orcs that are rampaging more than they're focused in on trying to win the wars at hand. It's why they're all out in the wilds and out of the mountains and easily being channeled into Blackfire Pass, because they're not really thinking it through particularly well. Might is right, weight of numbers wins everything. But we are bringing in a new force into that equation. So the question is, how do we balance out the different options for this war? I think it's fair to say, though, that if they join together, Sigmar and the Dwarfs are absolutely ruined.
Yeah,
it is not going to be good.
Yeah,
if you decide to join them together,
yeah. So I would say the first option would be the most obvious one, which doesn't mean it's a bad option. If anything, like I said, it's the most obvious. It's the one that I would probably be like, yeah, that's probably what would happen. But the votes let y'all mess around with history in true Total War fashion. We're in sandbox mode of. So your first option is that they simply join together. The hordes meld together. There's a little bit of, peacocking and figuring out who's in charge. And
that always happens with Greenskins.
But they settle it relatively quick. And we have this force of Greenskins that not only have superior arms and armor that they're able to bring to this horde. So you have much better equipped Greenskins, but they're also being led by large groups of Black Orcs that are far more tactically minded and aren't going to fall as easily for the goofy trap of Blackfire Pass without saying, we're sending forces around. Spider Riders come climbing down the walls. Like, they're going to do other things. And Sigmar and them are they're just fucked. Like, there's just no getting around it.
I mean, they've got numbers against them, and worse, the greatest flaw of the WA is you take out the war boss. It's always the greatest flaw, because then you're left with a whole bunch of competing bosses underneath who all try and take control. In this instance, we've got ourselves a group of Black Orcs. It's not the singular war boss. A group of Black Orcs who are working for the Black Orc back home. And they are working as a group to take out. It is a new formation of Greenskin, something that the Chaos Dwarfs tried to make and arguably fucked up the Greenskins entirely. And in this case, it's actually come to pass and they are effective. If you choose this route, you are basically saying that the Black Orcs are coming to what they were always designed to do. And that is to lead Greenskins in a cohesive fashion without all the flaws that Greenskins typically have, where they infight all the time, and if you take out their general, the whole thing falls apart. This is instead going to be a great imperial force of Greenskins, effectively, that works in a completely different way to what any of the dwarves or humans are used to working with, meaning that shock value alone means that they're likely to win. But on top of that, they also have significant numbers and everything they had already.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
So that's your first option, which is obviously going to be world changing.
Yeah.
Because that means they're going to push through Blackfire Pass and bad things are going to happen to a lot of the forces that we normally have up there.
Yeah.
The second option that Andy kind of mentioned that I think is really, really fun is the idea that the Black Orcs do still come in, they still kind of co-opt the wall, and they look at Blackfire Pass and go, that's a trap. That's a stupid idea. And instead, they conquer basically the Border Princes. They go west and then focus on the World's Edge Mountains. Yeah. So while Karakarak's forces sitting in Blackfire Pass are safe for the moment, the Greenskins go, fine, we won't go north. We'll go everywhere else.
Yeah. So if you're going for option one, this is the big battle option, but it's also the one that comes with enormous casualties. And let's make sure that we make that clear. The first option, if you go with it, is that we go with the Blackfire Pass battle and they win it. But casualties. The second one is they're clever and they continue their deep, abiding hatred of the dwarves of all kinds, and they go about completely wiping them out, no matter where they may be found. Option number two is the wiping out of the Karakankor. And it's not going to be something that happens in a week. This is something that's going to take time because these holds take a while. But if you take a look at how fast the holds were falling in the previous era during the Goblin Wars, it's horrendous. It's already, some of them were falling year after year. And what we're doing here is we're continuing that fall, but with a calculated overall mind that's very much pushing through the world's edge because of their hatred of the dwarves. Option 1 is Wah. Option 2 is poor old dwarves.
Yeah. So I would say option 3 is something that can happen, doesn't often, but it absolutely can, which is that we have 2 massive, powerful groups of greenskins. And when the one that comes over from the east says, hey, fuck you, we want to be in charge, the one from the west turns and goes, fuck you. And instead, the wall goes east. And we get a war between the World's Edge Mountain and Badland Greenskins and the Darkland Greenskins. Where we get a.
I would say it's less a war, and it's just a continuing mess.
Yeah, bigger
so
mess.
They don't go to Blackfire Pass, but they don't lose great numbers because of that. So instead, this is almost the consolidation option. This is the empire building option. This is them taking what they have, making it better, and conquering over all the easy to grab territory. Basically, option 3 is your total war option. You know, when you're playing Total War and you're going territory by territory by territory, slowly but surely expanding outwards and consolidating what you have and building as you go. That's what you're doing.
The American election cycle. I'm very familiar.
This is going to be, we're building a Black Orc Empire. And this is the one that's going to push up against the ogres, that's going to push up towards the Khanate, that's going to push out into the greenskins of the World's Edge Mountains and consolidate all of the middle for itself. The other ones are different types of continuing war, but this one is our empire building, is really option 3.
Yeah, and I would also say that this is going to result in the Empire surviving, just like option 2. But I would also say this allows the Dwarfs to survive, because the Greenskins are more focused on...
Option 2 doesn't give you the Empire surviving. Option 2, we have no Empire, because there's no Battle of Blackfire Pass as we understand it in the same way. That whole force is co-opted and pulled away. Sigmar doesn't need to bind the tribes together. There's no great pressure. The dwarves are going to be destroyed. It's going to be a completely different setup. It's likely that he never receives the hammer because the Dwarf King will be sitting at home defending in some hold against the great rise of greenskins that are coming from the fall over in the other side of the World's Edge Mountains. So very likely we get no Sigmar and his hammer if we go with option 2.
Yeah, we would have to figure out what happens over there.
Option 3 gives us the Empire. Okay. The Empire building gives us a clear Empire. Option 1, Sigmar is killed. Option 2, the Empire is probably never formed and the Dwarves are killed. Option 3, the Dwarves are maintained and Sigmar is maintained and the Empire is maintained.
Okay, and then do we want an option 4 of somehow Sigmar bullshit still wins?
In many respects, we have that in option 3 to a degree. In that Sigmar still sets up the Empire in option 3, and the Dwarves still exist in option 3. It's very much the Dwarves and the Empire are maintained in their standard form, but instead we have an enormous Orc Empire building up over on the other side of the World's Edge Mountains. Right. I think that's 3 very clean different options. So option number 1 is the utter annihilation of the Dwarves and the Empire, but a fragmented empire of Orcs. Option number 2 is a very calculated war, but we don't empire build. And option number 3 is proper empire building with the orcs.
I'm going
to bring this one up here. I don't think that we're at the point of Cathay gets wrecked or anything similar, because there is a lot of land between where they are and where Cathay is, and they've got other things to deal with. And there's a lot of pool over towards the west because of the great Wah energy that is building up there, and they are greenskins. They get attracted by this, but that doesn't mean they necessarily kowtow to it because they're black orcs. So very likely they might hold, but it's unlikely they'll go in the opposite direction at the moment. But that doesn't mean after this setup this wouldn't occur.
Yep. Also, I just want to pick up this one real quick. So one option, the new Orc Empire builds up its own rival Wah, which attacks with the passes in the north while Sigmar is occupied in the south. So I don't think this would happen. And the reason is because of how greenskins operate as a species. which is that when you have such a force building in the Badlands and the Southern World's Edge Mountains, like is happening right now, that draws them in. And they go straight there because they want to join up or take it over. It's like a drumming in their head they just can't ignore.
Yeah, the sound of the drums.
They're not going to be taking these really circuitous routes to go like up through High Pass to then come down into the Empire and try and wander their way down to Blackfire Pass from the north. That's not how they tend to operate unless you're working in like a really small scale and you're dealing with like tribes consolidating. But like on this big geographic scale, they're going to go south.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a really fortunate story that we've got to intersect with here. So there's no need for us to focus on any other story for this first point. The story is what happens at Blackfire Pass. That's it. Because it's such an integral part for the Warhammer world as a whole, and it's also integral to the Greenskins that we have. So there's no need to worry about what other factions are doing at the moment. It's just Blackfire Pass, what happens? Option number 1, Blackfire Pass is crushed. Option number 2, Blackfire Pass doesn't happen, and the Dwarves are crushed. Or option number 3, Blackfire Pass happens, and the Dwarves and humans win, as the Orcs build up an entirely new empire over on the other side of the World's Edge Mountains.
Yeah.
So, poll time!
Yes. Getting it set up now. Also, just because I've seen people asking about it in chat, Nehekara is long dead by this point. They're super dead. It is a horrible desert of superstitious weirdness that Greenskins go, no thanks, unless they've got something literally nothing better to do. Yeah, they put the bearer idols there for a reason. So, okay, we got Greenskins crush Blackfire Pass.
I've got Courage to write poll as well. As everyone else is. There we go.
Thank you very much. Greenskins conquer the south / kill dwarfs. Well, I'll just put Greenskins conquer the south.
I mean, we can almost just. I mean, it's some. Let you keep going. I'm just interrupting that.
And then Greenskins consolidate. Probably. Yep. I can spell. There we go. The east. All right. Let's do 5 minutes for this poll because we're behind on super chats and need to catch up.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, they definitely activated that way too fast to have heard me say the 5-minute thing. But anyway, so getting caught up with where we were here. Off-topic vampire question. You've talked about how blood is just a medium for a vampire to feed on the magic they need. Could vampire use magic from other sources to hold off / cure the blood curse? If so, what? So, can vampires feed off magic? Yes, they can. Necrarchs like to do that.
Yeah,
to cure the blood curse, there's never been any evidence of that. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but it would have to be something profound.
Yeah, the answer to this would be absolutely impossible unless you wrote a story about it for Black Library when it could happen in every other book.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah.
Based on what we know, no.
Until someone writes a story where the answer is yes.
Yeah, maybe in your story it cracks Skullmer in half and chows down on it. I don't know. Darius Rose, Hobgoblin character, cheek slasher. No, that cuts the face of people into horrifying smile, shows their teeth so they can always smile, be happy like him. We're not putting Mark Hamill or not Mark Hamill, Joker from fucking the live action series in here. We're not doing that. Gideon, hot take. Grimgor isn't the pinnacle of what makes Black Orc scary since he isn't much of a strategist.
I agree.
Though not a Black Orc, Gorfang seems better. Yes.
So Gorfang is exactly what the Black Orcs could have been, and Gorfang isn't quite there because he's not a Black Orc. Grimgor is what happened to the Black Orcs after they were thoroughly crushed. So he's an example of what the Black Orcs became. We have got a different form of Black Orc here. We've got a Black Orc that are winners, and we've got a Black Orc that are strategic geniuses that are still in place. They have destroyed the Chaos Dwarves. This is a very different setup. So you're right. Grimgor isn't a pinnacle of what Black Orcs in this world can be, but he is almost the pinnacle of what they are going to be in the other world because it's just a different form of Black Orc.
Yep. Also, please vote if you haven't, because we need more votes to make sure that people are getting their opinions in. We also have here Cole Patterson. Off topic. I introduced a friend to Warhammer through a Smasher Pass. Okay. She passed on Franz and Felix and smashed Gorst.
Holy shit! Hey, cool!
Hey, this is no judgment. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I'm never going to shame someone's kink, but as Grom and Gorst go, that's wow. But it's okay. Yeah. I would also pass on Franz. Felix is pretty awesome, but I would pass on Karl Franz.
I mean, that is a choice.
I have no desire to have the big ape man that is Karl Franz.
Ricky Chapman, apologies for being late. Was listening to Arcane Book on Audible. Well, you never have to apologize.
No,
you're not mandated to be here. We appreciate you being here, but you're not required to be here. Someone please vote down the. Oh wow, Twitch actually bothered voting a bit more. Thank you guys. If one of the mods could post the Twitch results, because I'm going to give YouTube another minute or two, so I can get caught up a little bit here. Oh yeah, Arcane is on Audible now, which is hilarious. I don't know if Andy had heard about this. That Games Workshop has branded the Arcane re-release of the audiobook. It's branded as Old World.
Old World.
Which, like,
wow.
Okay, that's
sure.
Hannibal, evening, gents. Love these what if streams more than I could say. Would either of you consider teaching a creative writing course or something like that? He's kind of already done that. If you go,
I kind of do. Over in Rookery, we do occasional masterclasses concerning a variety of different things, particularly concerning writing adventure scenarios or alternatively how to build the best NPCs or some equivalent. So that's part of the Patreon option over on inside the Rookery. So I kind of have done that. And I'm about to do another one. I still haven't decided what it was. And the dentist completely got in the way of me doing it because I'm utterly terrified for them for the very reasons that I said at the beginning of the stream. And if you missed that, it was a lovely little horror tale.
Mm-hmm. Darius Rose, this mean Hubby, Abarash, and Stragos are screwed? They're already gone by this point. They've already been wiped off the face of the earth.
Yeah, this as we said, this is relatively late in the Warhammer timelines.
Drusina says, I don't know. Hashit said that voting is bad.
Thanks, Hashit.
Hashit's like, this is not a democracy. Gideon, suggestion, explodes, and then they're left with the runes, but they take over the other fortresses. Well, we've already resolved that storyline. We did something
I'm largely there, actually, Gideon, so yeah.
Yeah. The Big Spike is the new name for Zardegrin. The Big Spike. All right, and with that, it is time. All right, so for both Twitch and YouTube, the overwhelming winner is the WAS kind of that instead of the WAS, they go the other way. They don't go to Blackfire Pass. They go east instead. We have some fighting, quite a bit of fighting, but Greenskins, that's normal. That's a strong, healthy part of their culture. And while the WA does not go up into Blackfire Pass and do that, in some ways that's better for a lot of the Greenskins because it means they don't lose that war.
Oh no, they do. The Greenskins lose Blackfire Pass. We've gone for Consolidate in the east. So in Consolidate in the east, Blackfire Pass is lost. The Empire is formed. The Dwarves are formed.
Yeah. I mean more that it's not the same. Like it doesn't just crush the Greenskins. And they're
it doesn't crush the Greenskins. Yeah, totally. Yeah. In fact, almost the opposite. It makes the Greenskins look like they're crushed when they're not. So let's quickly sum up where we are. The battle for Blackfire Pass happens. And it's slightly different to the one that we got when we were dealing with the standard timeline. This one, we have hobgoblins as a core component of the forces that are there. They are a part of the forces that are fighting off against the dwarves and against the humans. And this is something that is loosely different to what came before because there weren't hobgoblin allies in amongst them too. Beyond that, though, it's unlikely we have any major Black Orc, let's say, interference here because the Black Orcs are over on the other side consolidating their empire over in the east on the other side of the mountains. So the battle for Blackfire Pass, I think, possibly has a second vote, and we just simply say, do they win or lose? Because there is a different force here now. So you've got a choice as to whether the hobgoblin extras that have arrived make a difference for that battle.
Oh, the hobgoblins. That's interesting.
Because the hobgoblins, I mean, it's a massive difference to the greenskin force that we have there. So is that enough to swing it and say that they lose? Or is it a draw? Or is it a victory and the formation of the empire follows? I think that's worth having a separate little sidey quick vote on. And as that's potentially getting set up, over in the east, we have the rise of a new greenskin empire underneath possibly several black orcs, or possibly a single black orc who is effectively the warlord of the east. Both of these things are likely. Given that we had several black orcs that effectively rose up in different places, you could say that there is a group, almost a council leading them, but it seems relatively unorky, but it seems kind of black orky. So there's different ways that they may be formulating their empire, but given their greenskins, most likely we have a single Black Orc war boss at the top. Sitting at the top, over in the ruins of Zar Nagarund, having taken over the place and now actively pursuing all of the technological losses that they have suffered, and they can hopefully regain. These are a more armed group. These are a more savvy group of greenskins, and if we're looking at them as a faction, they are different to the Orcs and Goblin faction. But our Orc and Goblin faction, remember, if you recall, has hobgoblins in it. Our Black Orc faction doesn't. It's got greenskins on it of other types, and this faction probably has black powder. It probably has weapons that you don't expect to find in amongst greenskins. It probably has heavy armored greenskins, far heavier than anything you normally get with the greenskin hordes over in the west. So we've got a different faction building here, and it is big, organized, controlled, and by the time that we can finish all of this, so maybe about 100 years down the line, so you're talking 100, 200 IC, somewhere around there, this entire area that's on the other side of the World's Edge Mountains, the Great Plains there, are no longer going to be destroyed by the crippling forces of the Chaos Dwarfs and left ruined. They're just going to be taken over by the Black Orc forces. They're going to be effectively a little bit like Ironcrag down in the south. Ironcrag, I always get that name wrong, that one wrong. Down in the south, but in a far bigger scale.
Yeah,
we have
funny enough,
an Orc empire.
Ecologically, the Darklands will actually probably be in a slightly better place than it was.
Yeah, almost certainly. And over the course of the 100 years, will probably turn out as a better place than it was, just in terms of the ecology of the system. Okay, we're no longer going to be pumping out black smoke from the horrors of Zar Nagarand and all of the nasty demons. Indeed. Instead, it's going to be orc dung all over the place and great armies controlling this entire area. We do, however, have an area that's almost the size of the old world now being taken control of by greenskins, and that's kind of cool.
Yep. All right, so we're going to have a short poll here. This one's only going to be 3 minutes, so it's going to be very brief. And it's very simply that the hobgoblins arrive for the Battle of Blackfire Pass because they're an active force in the world. Do they make the difference? Do their treacherous scheming plans, their proclivity for fast backstabbing tactics on their giant wolves, do they make a difference enough, manage to somehow find a way around the pass and get behind them and take advantage of it? Do the hobgoblins, with their aid, do the greenskins win the Battle of Blackfire Pass, or do they still, in this timeline, lose?
Yeah, do we get Sigmar and his empire, or is that not going to happen?
It's a simple yes, no. Okay, while that's going, we have here. The death this causes could also potentially mean more powerful Nagash or victory for Morcar or whoever takes a spot. So we will get to those two because they are about to show up. And they, depending on what goes down, the situation could be very, very different. If Sigmar is dead, then the crown of Nagash is possibly going to end up somewhere else. Yeah, it's going to get back
it's going to go. It's probably going to go to Nagash.
Which is obviously going to have a pretty dramatic effect.
Yeah, so if you want to see Nagash with his crown, you should have the hobgoblins win at Blackfire Pass.
Yeah. If you want, yes. If you
want to see that happening.
If you want to see Nagash punch up against the Greenskin Empire we've built, then the hobgoblins need to win at Blackfire Pass.
Yeah, 100%.
If you let the greenskins lose, he's gonna die the exact same way. He's gonna get bonked on the head by Sigmar. And Morcar, if Sigmar's around, then Morcar's going to die to Sigmar. So basically, if the Hobgoblins lose here, if no wins this vote, nothing will change.
Yeah, it's going to be the same. But if we could end up with a very different old world if you go for yes, because we're not going to have Sigmar facing off against, say, Nagash and Morcar. It's probably going to be Greenskins, which is a really interesting runaround in terms of how it might fall out. Yep. Again, that's only if you vote for yes. If you vote for no, we will stick with the standard setup that we normally have from history over in the Empire side of things.
Yeah, if no wins, it's going to be pretty standard stuff, and we're going to probably turn our attention more away from...
Yeah, we'll see what happens, because,
Yeah.
It's what you choose.
Sean DeWolf, what if the WA goes in a different direction, like the Nehekara across Cathera up to Kislev? So that particular WA would not have, because it's already building its momentum independent of what we're doing off in the east.
This isn't a WA that we're making. This isn't one that we're just randomly saying happens. This is one that's already in shape and process as we build our new bits on the side. So this is basically something that's already decided. Gosh, it's close. It's 50-50 at the moment over on YouTube. So if you want to make an impact on that vote, go vote now, because only a quarter of you have voted that are watching on the YouTube side. So do please drop in and drop a quick vote in. If you want to change history, make it a bit different over on the old world side, you vote for the no. No? Yes, do the Hobgoblins help win? You vote for yes. If you want things to stay as they are, you vote for no.
Yep, y'all have about 20, 30 more seconds. Ricky Chapman, Hobgoblin Clan, Hobgoblin Khanate, Wargnobs, Hawkeye leads an incursion into the Empire, tests defense for the incoming WA. What? Who? What? That I feel like this references something. And that is time.
Oh, gosh. I think it just flipped to 49, 50 to no.
I like how we don't have 100%. We have 99%.
That's really weird. Okay, and how about over on Twitch? How'd it go over there?
Twitch, it's win.
It's heavy win as well by 60 odd percent, where it's almost 50-50 on YouTube. But that being the case, it kind of feels like the Hobgoblin should win it then. Because Twitch have got the sway there quite heavily by the looks of it.
55.
Let me just double check that.
Let's say
that's 67%. Yeah.
Even, not even percentage wise.
So
if you just take the votes.
Okay,
so close though.
I think that we should actually make it so close. By that I mean the Greenskins don't exactly win, and by that I mean it's not like their WA has been successful and they're now off to wipe out all the dwarves. Instead, both sides are shattered. And I would suggest that both the war boss is killed, Sigmar is killed, and the High King is killed on that battlefield. Meaning that all forces fall from this place utterly shattered. The Empire does not form. It just doesn't. Sigmar is dead. High King is dead, and you High King needs to be organized over in the Karakan Corps. The Greenskins have lost the center of their WA, and Greenskins are just falling apart into different disparate groups, some of them flooding into the Reich Basin where the Empire would be and just slaughtering with impunity there, others moving down into the Border Princes, others going into the World's Edge. Effectively, it just falls into lots of small flashpoints of war across the entirety of this point of the world, and I would argue we probably have, if it weren't for other groups about to come in, a century worth of patch war all over the place. But we do have other groups about to come in.
Yeah, but because of y'all's overall votes, not the Empire, but various groups of human tribes do survive.
Yeah.
And the Dwarfs, barely, by the skin of their chinny chin chins, also survive.
Yeah, no one comes out of this with glory, but I think, given that the dwarves were on the losing side already, our dwarves are on the line to extinction unless something changes. because we have not just the Greenskins not being shattered, instead just fragmenting. I suppose that's kind of a shatter, but they're not broken and going away. Sigmar standing triumphant with his hammer in his hand. Instead, it's just Greenskins everywhere, spreading around, fighting themselves and everybody else. The dwarves are in trouble. That much is certain, because the Goblin Wars haven't ended. They're continuing on. The Empire doesn't form, and most of the south of the Empire is in a state of complete warfare with Greenskins everywhere. So what we understand as the Empire is unlikely to form, but something else may later. But we have two potential groups to consider, and one of them I think we don't need to consider.
I just thought it was real spicy, but it's not time yet.
Okay, cool. Well, the first one I'm going to say is our great incursion of chaos with Morcar isn't going to happen because it's instigated by Sigmar. If we go with the standard story that's presented in the novels, it's not going to happen like this. We're going to need a different story.
True, but I have a counter to that. But it's
okay,
not,
cool.
We're not there yet. It's not time for that yet. Nagash is first.
But before that, we have the one that's definitely going to happen, which is Nagash going, "Where's me crown?" And the answer is somewhere in the Empire, as we understand it in the future, and probably not well guarded.
Yeah, so this means Sigmar doesn't kill more. Oh god, what's his name? The Necromancer.
Which one?
The Necromancer.
No, Moranth in the north. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that doesn't happen.
Morath doesn't die.
Moranth. It's got an N.
Oh, Moranth. So that means that when Nagash comes calling, almost for sure he still has the crown. And if you're wearing that thing when Nagash comes back, you're basically fucked.
Yeah, you're screwed. Yeah. So we're going to start off with I mean, we don't need to even put this to a vote. Nagash is going to get his crown, which means Nagash will now consolidate power back down towards Nagashazar, as Nagash is wont to do, and he is going to be in a position where he is much more powerful and a force to be reckoned with down in the south, all because of what happened up in Zarnagarund. So we've got a very different story building there, but we do have the question of what's going to happen as the Chaos Gates are beginning to wax. We're going to potentially have a different Everchosen, and an Everchosen that is going to represent a very different story. There's no Sigmar to see them off.
Yeah, so I think in this case, because of what we've done, I think the first incursion doesn't... So we have two ways we can go with this, actually. I think this will make for a fun vote, is that we know we're going to get a Chaos Incursion. It's going to be aimed somewhere. But now it's not aimed at the same target. So the question is, does it get aimed at the new Greenskin Empire that's built up in the Darklands, which is now one of the biggest empires in the world?
Yeah.
And to Chaos is a threat.
Okay, and if you really want to bring up that story a bit, you can even have your Orc Warlord at the top, having been born underneath the star of the Twin-Tailed Comet, flying through the sky. Okay. Indeed, and there's no reason, because obviously there was creatures all over the world being born at that point. So we can have our Black Orc being birthed, for want of a better word, at this point, and our great general in what was once Zarnagarund is now called, I don't know, Ugbog Tower or whatever they call it.
So I love that instead of having the great human chieftain with the hammer given by the dwarfs, it's the terrible, horrible 12-foot tall Black Orc warboss wielding a great demon hammer from the Chaos Dwarfs that's been corrupted by a shaman, and he's like, ah!
Yeah, I quite like this. Plus, you can also have him holding effectively this demon weapon and using chaos against chaos. It's a classic tale. As the chaos are after this gigantic hammer that's filled with possibly a greater demon or some other awfulness.
It's not the Warhammer, it's the Waghammer.
Okay, so we have them attempting to reclaim this great demon, and effectively the one who's standing off against this in this part of the world is the Greenskins. Over in Cathay, they're going to be dealing with their own incursions. Over with the Dark Elves, they're going to be dealing with their own incursions at the same time. It's going to be the North coming south. What comes down through Kislev is going to be a horror show, because as the hordes of the north pass through there, they're going to be hitting the early Norsey tribes, they're going to be hitting the early Fry Kings, and whatever else they're going to be finding out around in those areas, and they're going to be killing them or converting them in a horrible way across the old world. So the old world is in trouble. While over in the orc world, arguably they're the spear pushing back where the Everchosen is going to have to drive into to hopefully break. And then we're going to effectively have a different battle. It's not Morcar versus Sigmar. It's a different Chaos Lord, possibly a Chaos Dwarf, who's desperately trying to reclaim his great hammer versus our great Black Orc Warlord. And that story, I think, almost tells itself. It's going to be the big, huge, massive war where presumably the Greenskins are going to be the saviors of the world. The Black Orcs. That's crazy.
And I will note that this, of course, does result in that the old world is going to become much more chaos influenced. Instead of it just being Norska turns to worship chaos to survive, every human tribe that's in that part of the world will need to turn to chaos to survive.
Yeah, and it's not so much they turn to chaos, much like Norska doesn't necessarily turn to chaos, it's just that it's expedient. And by that I mean, they're just part of their culture. Their pantheon. Their pantheon includes the chaos gods. And that means some of them fall, others are just accepting the chaos gods apart.
If anything, Morcar is the uniter in a very different sense.
I actually quite like the idea that Morcar is possibly alive and uniting, possibly flip it on its head. Morcar is one of the forces that are against chaos. One of the Norsey who very much says, we shouldn't be doing this.
Sigmar wouldn't have been able to. Oh, wow, that's actually huge. He wouldn't have been able to brutalize the Norsey like he does.
Yeah, the Norsey are still quite strong. They are, generally speaking, a relatively pacifist group. But when the invasions come, we could have Morcar the Uniter doing literally this, Hawk. And I don't think it's a bad idea.
I didn't even think about, because the thing about the Norsey, for those unaware, is they kind of, you could argue they get radicalized in a sense against the Empire, because Sigmar, after the Battle of Blackfire Pass, Sigmar takes his big bloody hammer and he basically massacres them because they won't join him. And he pushes them up into Norska. That didn't happen in this storyline. So the big threat against the Norskins isn't, or the Norsey, because they're actually not Norskins, because they wouldn't have needed to retreat into Norska. For them,
Norska would be, effectively what we're saying is, Norska is now the modern Northern Empire.
Yeah. And it's
and Norska is not necessarily chaos aligned. Okay, because Morcar the Uniter was their great hero that held off against chaos in that part of the old world.
Yeah, because their story is not, we need to get revenge against the people that persecuted us. It's we need to hold out against the Greenskins and the other forces of destruction. Yeah. So that means we have a northern, very Norsey Teutogen influenced empire. And Ungol. Those are the main three tribes.
Yeah, I really quite like that. So you've probably got the Norse, the Ungols, the Teutogens, who have managed to survive up there. And in the south, all the tribes of the south. You probably have the Odosies as well, who are up in that part of the world. Maybe the Ostrogoths were probably just the Odosies. So when we move south towards the Telutans, that's Talapine, our Amberigans, that's Altdorf, Reichland, and that sort of area. They've been wiped out mostly by Greenskins, but all the northern human tribes, they've been bound together underneath Morcar. And that's a completely different story. I quite like it.
It does. We're not going to focus on it too much here, because it's not for a while.
But, it's a lovely little aside detail. I really like it.
The Norskin dwarfs will actually be in a much better position than they were in many ways.
Yeah. Or possibly worse, actually, because they no longer have the Norse beside them at all. The human tribes haven't moved into that area. True. And instead, they're just getting attacked from the north, and the Greenskins are moving through the World's Edge Mountain, wiping out the other dwarf allies. I would say the Norse dwarves are in almost exactly the same place. Broadly speaking, but the dwarfs are in a far worse place. The empire doesn't exist, but we've got a northern Norska sort of empire thing going on at the northern part of the empire, and the southern part is a great greenskin mess. It's much like the border princes of today. It's just lots of individual communities with greenskins fighting between it. It's a far more wilder, balkanized area, to really pull upon an old stereotype.
All right, so with that done, we turn our attention to the first great incursion. So we've got our big chaos invasion versus the orcs, the Orc Empire in the Darklands, which the decision now is, what happens?
Yeah.
Because there's different layers of how this could go. For one, the Greenskins could do basically they could pull a Sigmar, and this great mighty war boss wins. He definitively kills this horrible Chaos champion, and he saves the world from the first Chaos incursion.
Okay, so I'd say the first one is maybe saves the world, and so we can have a couple. Because they're going to be slightly different ones. So maybe saves the world and consolidates himself as the power in the area, or possibly number two, saves the world and goes a conquering. Because of it.
Okay, so we have saves the world, and he basically pulls a Gorfang Rockgut where he settles. And we get a actual character who has established himself as a king of the orcs in that part of the world. Or an emperor, one might say. Second option,
king.
Yeah, more king. Yeah. Second option is that Chaos. He beats the Chaos champion, but that is enough of a big fight that it gets that wah energy going, and he starts a wah, and he's going to go attack.
He's off. As to who, you can decide later. But first one is consolidate. Second one is wins and wah. Next one is possibly loses, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. So our great king of the orcs heads north. The great war goes on, and he loses, meaning that a different group is going to be responsible for holding off chaos. It could be, for example, the Dark Elves. It could be Cathay. It could be Nippon. It could be our new Norscan empire in the north. So the orcs attempt to be the great source of holding chaos off, but they just fail. Chaos is nasty, man.
Yeah, and I would say, so chaos wins, and someone else will have to step in. So our story will have to change perspective.
Yeah, and we will discuss who steps in instead.
Okay, I think those are three
good ones. Yeah, let's do that then.
Okay, I keep wanting to type /poll, and I've caught myself every time except that one time. How goes...
While you're doing that, I'm going to bring up this comment because I quite like it while you're typing away, which is, if the orcs are getting more civilized because of the black orcs, are they at more danger of actual corruption? And I think that there is definitely something to consider here, particularly if we go back to a lot of the older versions of how the orcs were presented back in, say, 3rd edition Warhammer, where things like orcs with corn symbols on them weren't that uncommon. But equally, Greenskins as a whole, one of their core concepts is they've got Mork and Gork, and they don't really corrupt in the same way that other species do. So I would prefer, at least, the idea that we're not undermining that core concept of what the orcs are. We've created an orc empire, and it provides something that is perhaps unexpected, a far less corruptible core source. The empire, which became the focus of Games Workshop and most of its wars that it presented as it moved towards the end times, is populated by humans who are all exceedingly corruptible. Humans corrupt. It's one of their core traits. They kind of go wrong with chaos. Yeah. Everybody knows it. Greenskins kind of don't. And by the change that we've made with our earlier decision to have effectively a Greenskin empire build up, we have arguably built a stronger world. And I wouldn't like to undermine that core concept. 5-minute poll!
5-minute poll, please. Sorry, carry on. They got it. Vote now, by the way. Vote now.
Interested in this one.
Were you in the middle of something, or were you?
No, I was just coming to the end. Yeah, okay. I love it.
So this is turned very interesting. There are a couple of folks where I was like, but then we've ended up in a place where I'm like, oh, that's very interesting. And for those that weren't, or maybe joining us a little late, as far as like, actually, we'll do that after the poll. Let me get caught up on Super Chat.
Yeah. Good idea.
Captain Magma, does this affect the temporary alliance of Gobos and Rats carrying 8 peaks? Not a lot in this time right now. It's mostly still going to be a bit of a shit show.
At this point, the Greenskins are significantly stronger in the World's Edge Mountains than they were historically, which means that at this point, we're still dealing with the cusp of Sigmar's time up to its 1st century afterwards. So we're dealing with the arrival of Nagash, we're dealing with the first Chaos Incursion. So we haven't gone further, but within the next 2, 3, 4 centuries, the Dwarfs are probably going to fall unless something changes, because the Greenskins are in a far stronger position. And if they get any support from, for example, rats or some equivalent, there are going to be holds falling in fast succession, particularly if our Greenskin Empire decides to start turning its heads towards the World's Edge Mountain. That will speed up the fall of the dwarfs.
Yeah. Scaven are not crazy super relevant to what's going on at the moment, but it's like they will be so later. Gideon, will the new Orc Empire invade Nagash's? Maybe later. Right now, Nagash is more of a quiet threat.
Yes.
But
he's going at the moment. We've got a tick-tocking clock down in Nagashazar.
Yeah, there is a time bomb going on down there. Darius Rose, cheek slashing, hunts down the remaining Chaos Dwarfs to put a nice, big, beautiful smile on their faces since they are so dour and need
He's trying.
What an absolute lad. Bifocus Kings, Greenskins 1, doesn't that mean there would be more Black Orcs around? Probably, yeah. There's going to be a lot, especially in the East. There's going to be a lot more of them.
We're still dealing with the early times. We're in its first century of this empire. As the centuries span on from there, our force list for both the orcs and goblins and the Black Orc Empire will begin to sort of merge and diverge.
Around like 25, 30, I see at the moment-ish.
25, 30?
What?
You've lost me. As in the date, what do you mean 25, 30?
25, 30, if the Imperial calendar still was relevant to this.
Oh, you mean 25 stroke 30. I thought you meant 25, 30 as in 2,530. I was like, holy crap. I was so confused. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Gideon, wait a sec. Orcified Torftech, have we made orcs with a K?
We have a bit.
Basically, kind of.
And also given if you are running with the whole idea that there is a certain ancestral memory running through that great mycelial network, then it's possibly going to spread out to other greenskins also, which is equally fun.
These greenskins are almost assuredly wielding crude but functional black powder weaponry.
Yeah, of a variety of different kinds. Yeah. Plus, being greenskins, it doesn't even need to be that functional to work. Yeah. Because greenskins have got an awful lot of greenskin faith in their side. And when they think a thing will go bang, it tends to go bang.
Yep. Calenzo, stop spamming, please.
Red ones go faster.
Darius Rose, hail Warboss Stunty Squisha, ruler of the East with his bodyguard Grimgor. Grimgor is interesting in this tale because Grimgor, I've done a whole thing about Grimgor might have been alive during this timeline, depending on how you feel about such things, and it's a very weird thing because it flies in the face of what we think about a lot of greenskins, but isn't. It does. But it's also not unsupported by evidence that Games Workshop themselves put out there, which is just kind of funny. Could be Grimgor himself, but he might not have lost his other eye. Who could say? But it could also be whoever Stunty Squisha is. Gaston. So without a constant supply from Xian of weapons, armor, and siege equipment, how bad is the general Chaos movement doing? Chaos is weaker.
Well, Chaos is going to be weaker.
Yeah, because they're not going to have nearly as good arms and armor as they had in the original timeline. Which I probably should have said before this vote, but it looks like Chaos is getting their butts whooped on all the polls.
Yeah, so Chaos is very much getting his butts whooped over on both sides, I think.
Okay, and we got time for one more. Gideon, Sigmar, dead. High King, dead. Orc Warboss leading the invasion, dead. Hobgoblins somehow survive, maybe holding back at the last minute and get to loot the right basin. Well, they are survivors. See, the Greenskin Warboss, it was Urgluk Bloodfang was the Warboss there. And that is time!
It's a nice little split between the two. But it's very fair to say the Greenskins are going to win this war one way or the other.
Yeah, the Greenskins, Chaos, y'all took tech into account. Chaos gets butchered.
Chaos gets butchered and largely butchered by Greenskin defense. And this changes the story of the Warhammer world. This is our first real evidence of the Greenskins being responsible for holding back one of the great cycles of chaos invading the world and ever chosen wielding some great demonic weapon to wipe out the world, binding all the forces of chaos underneath one banner. But the Greenskins and their great Black Orc leaders drive forward into the north and defeat chaos roundly. Now, your vote is almost split. Twitch went one way, YouTube went the other way, but it's really close. So I would suggest that there is possibly a bit of both happening.
Yeah, so what I'll say is that Twitch was a 1 vote difference. Like they were literally 50-50. Whereas
nice.
Whereas on YouTube, it's a pretty fast 6% in favor of he becomes king.
Yeah, totally. So I think that we definitely go with the king, and that we also have several large counterattacks as part of their consolidation, meaning that much of what we would consider to be the Kislev on the other side of the World's Edge Mountains has now fallen underneath orc control as they push up towards the edge of the Khanate and control that and make their first drive into the realms of chaos towards the north, and almost certainly retreat not long afterwards, realizing just how fucking weird it is up there.
They're all having fun and they go, oh, this place is kind of spooky. I don't want to be here anymore.
I don't know if I want to be here anymore. So yeah, really quite like that. So we've got, if anything, an expanding border for the entirety of our new empire, and a clear declaration of an ever-chosen slaying Black Orc king. A king over in the east who is now becoming a significant local power. This is a power that will now be worrying others significantly. Not only the dwarfs, who are going to be deeply worried that this king may support their downfall. If he does, they're dead. We've got ogres sitting on the other side and getting pushed back again and again and again towards the mountains of Morn. They are not going to be in the same position of strength that they had in that part of the world anymore. This entirely broad area with an expansive orc thought behind it is dangerous, and Cathay, sitting over past the Warpstone Deserts, are going to be eyeing this with a certain amount of concern, and also discussing amongst themselves, the dragons going, look what's happened. They destroyed the forces of the north. They are an unexpected ally, a really unexpected ally. We can't treat with them, can we? No, we can't treat with them. There's going to be lots of weird conversations going on, particularly when you remember this last point. When we move towards the north of the world, everything suddenly gets a lot closer. And you might go, what do you mean, Andy? What I mean by that is, as we head north with our great empire of orcs, they are now not more than a day or two's walk away from Nagaroth. They're reaching the top of the world, and they're going to be influencing and meeting other groups as they head towards the top of the world. Because the top of the world isn't like the real world frozen landscape that we have, where everything grinds to a halt and you fall into snow. It's this weird, chaotic realm, some of which is lost to the realms of chaos. Other parts is just this ever slightly shifting weird desert or forest or whatever, but not necessarily frozen, meaning you can get up and over parts of that in a way that you can't elsewhere. We're going to have this new orc empire potentially encountering dark elves for the first time also, which mixes things up in an interesting way.
Yeah, and what's really fascinating is the Greenskins are a very unique group to have at this level of power, and this particular, because they're kind of right in the center of like the great supercontinent that is the Eastern continent. Of that, we now have them. They're encountering Grand Cathay. They're, of course, having a lot of border skirmishes with the Ogre Kingdoms. Some of them are likely because the Empire is expanding outwards, because he's consolidated. He is king. His empire is starting to swell outwards. They're encountering the Tomb Kings of Nehekara. Some forces are running into some early skirmishes with very strange undead forces down in Nagashazar. The Greenskin, and the Badlands, very Greenskin, ironclad control, but you have like the Savage Orcs aren't going to think super highly of what's going on with all these Eastern technological orcs. So you have like unique cultures cropping up in the Greenskin Empire about how they feel about various things.
Yeah. There's going to be inevitably some falling outs. There's going to be rebellions, because Greenskins are notorious for this. But I think much like when we go down with Gorfang, Rockgut, and everything that's going on down there, it's going to be broadly controlled.
Yeah, so
in a way that it isn't with the orcs in some respects of their empire building, because the Black Orcs are just sort of better at this.
Yeah, so now the question, I think, for the biggest question I have is, in this new era, that has started. So we're at like 50 years after the Battle of Blackfire Pass.
Yeah.
We have this great big black orc who is now king. And he's very similar to our likes of Gorfangs and stuff. He's older in years. He's probably been around since the rebellion. He's probably well into his like 200s or whatever. The idea for me
he's not slowing down yet. He's not that old, but he's got a lot of WoW energy behind him too.
Yeah, I think the question for me is how does he handle meeting all of these new nations now that because of what he's just did, there's that vibe of like, do we talk to him? Like, do we send envoys to try and treat with this orc king?
It's interesting because that's what's happened, for example, down at Black Crag.
Yes.
Where you have yourself an orc king that taxes the various traders that pass through there. And there are various groups that have treated directly with him as an orc king. So don't think of this as something unprecedented in Warhammer. It isn't. What we have here is just a bigger example of it. It's what happens when you screw with the Greenskin genome and it succeeds, rather than previously where Chaos Dwarfs screwed with the orc genome and they crushed it, but only with hobgoblin help. But instead, we've got the Black Orcs really doing what they were designed to do, which is building and controlling greenskins in a way that greenskins themselves sort of fall into great animosity divides. It's not happening here in the same scale. This is a proper orc empire. What's going to happen around them? So we've got loosely, we've got a few groups. It might be worth just focusing which direction everyone wants to go first. So you've got like dwarfs to one side. You've got ogres to the other side. You've got undead to the south. What else?
And elves to the north.
Elves to the north, yeah.
And over a little.
So, yeah, maybe we should just do a quick vote as to which one you'd like to discuss.
Okay. So I'm going to put it this way: if we go west, we are crushing what's left of the dwarfs, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. They're not going to be happening. So, yeah, if you want to see the dwarfs crushed, now's the time. They decide that the dwarves will never accept the greenskins in the shape they're in. So they decide to slowly but surely consolidate their empire by taking over all the individual tribes that are making their way through the World's Edge Mountain or treating with them because they are aware that some of the war bosses there will be very powerful. So instead, they're basically playing a giant game of Total War. And they're going over there and they're either conquering them or they're trading with them. They're training with them and helping them defeat the dwarves over in that side. So if you want to see them effectively consolidate power across the World's Edge Mountains, vote dwarfs.
Okay, I think the second option is that Wa energy, similar to Sigmar's story, but in a slightly different order, notices this terrible rising power in the south. And Nagash sees this empire and goes, that's a lot of bodies. If I can crush this empire...
And possibly bodies that are hard to use necromancy on as well.
Yeah.
That are wiping out bodies that he prefers, which is humans. Because we know he loves his humans.
Yeah, so we could... If we go south, we could get our... Now, Nagash isn't necessarily below treating with other creatures. He did treat with the likes of the Scaven. So Nagash might treat with the orcs. He might send the vampires out to go try and manipulate the orcs and try and treat with them. But if you go south, we'll resolve that storyline.
Yeah, I think south is more of we've got Nagash to solve. What will we do? The ogres appear to be, I think, a relatively obvious one. The greenskins can ally with them, but equally that's something Cathay will do everything in their power to try and stop, because that would massively affect their border hugely. So it's very likely the Cathayans will Sky Titan it and start arming the ogres in an attempt to stop the Greenskin Empire. CIA, because that's kind of how Cathay often works. They will use the people around them to consolidate and control Grand Cathay. So if we're going over towards the ogres, we're going to be deciding how they are used by one side or the other. But they're not going to be, I think, by the end of this, necessarily the faction that you're used to.
Yeah, so if we go east, we're dealing with ogres and Grand Cathay. If we go south, we're dealing with Nagash. If we go west, the war is turning fully against the dwarfs, and they get utterly wiped in the World's Edge Mountains, just belongs to the orcs. It just does.
Yeah, so what we're going to do with North, because North is Chaos and Dark Elves. I mean, they might go down the route of, basically wagging into the Chaos Waste. It's going to go awful if they do that, but they might.
They might. I mean,
they might. This could be a bad thing. In fact, I think that should be a lovely option, because not all options should be good for this. And the option is that they make a tactical error. They make a tactical error of trying to effectively, much like the what's her face, the dragon did.
Shyama.
Shyama, thanks. Much like Shyama charges North into the Chaos Waste, thinking we are going to win now. We've got this, and it all goes horribly wrong.
Okay, so we got finish off the stunties, which is going west.
Dwarves.
Also, probably not a good time for the new human empire we set up over there as well. We've got confront the great
confront Nagash.
Confront Nagash in the south.
I think as there's been popped out there, Ogre Proxy War. Good one there, Godzilla, because that's what it's going to be.
Yeah. We have Ogre Proxy War in the east.
A Northern Invasion.
And Northern Invasion.
Oh, Northern debacle.
We'll put in parentheses bad idea.
Bad idea.
And start the poll. Let's make this one a 5-minute poll, because this one's going to determine a lot of what happens for the rest of the stream. Well, not for the entire stream, but it's going to be like a significant focus of what's going to go down. All right, getting caught up on super chats. Hannibal, would Bretonia still form this timeline? Currently, as the way things stand, probably yes.
Yeah, we're not at a point where the Bretonii tribe are over in and around the Bretonia area. And we've got a lot of greenskins in the area, but there always was. So there is nothing saying that Bretonia couldn't rise out of this as it currently stands.
Mm-hmm. Gideon, maybe instead of Sigmar, someone in the right basin turns to Chaos if there are people. Okay, so we kind of talked about this possibility, and we kind of went through all that.
Yeah, we did. I think that the story for our empire is that Chaos invades it, and the area that is, and a combined force of the northern tribes largely holds off against it, meaning that we end up having somewhat of a stalemate, but because the orcs win in general, it just fades back into the forests, and the north of the empire is held by a loose group of different tribes who are all united by Morcar.
Darius Rose, Slasha, and Cheek Slasha are the avatars. I'm not sold on those names. It's a lot of S's, which can work for goblin-y names. It's not very orky.
Yeah,
in my opinion. Told you another overpowered boss shall rise. Yeah,
you're not wrong about that one, Darius.
Yeah,
spot on.
David Whitfield, what about Hobgoblin Khan pulls a Genghis and his horde wipes out the Chaos Dwarfs, Chaos Greenskins, Kislev, and the Northern Empire? If the Mongols could do it, why not the Hobgoblins? So we will actually get to the Hobgoblin Khanate in just a little bit. They're depending on which I'll vote for, they are probably about to be a very present force. Which we'll have to decide what goes down with them, because they're going to have a very interesting opinion on what's going on in the world.
Yeah. Especially because of the general antipathy towards the hobgoblins in the Orc Empire, where the orcs and the goblins are holding hobgoblins as standard parts of their forces.
Yeah, if anything, I could see them being, if we go east, I could also see them being a force Cathayans try to entice against the Black Orc Empire.
Yeah, I could see that.
Prince Cheddar, what if after Anarian's death, the elves decide Phoenix King should only be crowned in times of existential crisis, return to just Everqueens? What if there had been no Phoenix King?
That's a completely different question. That's an interesting what if.
That's an interesting what if. I could put
we've already done a what if with Anarian though, so I'm kind of keen not to dive back into another directly high elfy one immediately.
Yeah, we wouldn't touch that for a very, very long time.
Yeah, but it's a good question, Cheddar. It would probably make more sense, because we all know the Phoenix Kings kind of don't make sense.
Yeah, they're very silly. Darius Rose, his boots are made from the beards of stunt. They wouldn't be boots; they'd be like Uggs. It's just dwarf beards. It's like his slippers. Gideon, vote suggested. Given how practical the ogres are they subjugated by the orcs and basically just become fully integrated with the greenskins? Well, if you decide
it's
to vote
very
east,
likely if you're going in the ogre direction, totally.
Yeah, because the proxy war might ultimately be the ogres just join the greenskins.
Yeah.
Captain Magma, second time, the Council of 13 unites decisively to take on both Nagash and Stunty Slayer.
Yeah, Stunty Slayer is not a threat to them. Nagash is. Because Stunty Slayer is not after Warpstone. Nagash is. The Nagash is someone who is directly opposed to what the Council of 13 is looking for. The orcs are not. They're an overland group in general.
Yeah, the Scaven are not yet. I think they will become, but they're not yet a major issue for the Black Orc Empire because everything of theirs is mostly underground. Like they're dealing with problems.
They're in a different place, yeah. And they're encountering each other all over the place, but we still have a big buffer of greenskins. And unless you go over to the west and start dealing with the dwarves and the greenskins over there, then this is not, the Skaven are not really going to be part of their story.
Hurry up and vote, by the way. Hurry up and vote. Just saying, hurry up and vote. Hurry up and vote. You've got about 30 seconds left. Gideon, an interesting reverse of this stream could be what if the Black Orcs remain loyal to the Chaos Dwarfs? Okay, I'm going to be honest. I don't think that's interesting. Because all that would basically be is that the Chaos Dwarfs don't have a speed bump they basically be the exact same.
Yeah, they wouldn't be enormously different, I don't think, because the Black Orcs would not be allowed to bring all they could bring to the table because the Chaos Dwarves would be controlling them.
Yeah, I don't think this is that interesting of a story because it's not very dramatic. The biggest thing I can extrapolate from it is that greenskins the world over would be a bit weaker because there wouldn't be Black Orcs among them, but that's kind of it.
Yeah, that seems fair.
All right, and that is time, and it is a fucking blowout everywhere.
Yeah, that one's obvious. Nagash is then.
What is the power of Nagash? Yep.
Not entirely unexpected given the popularity of Nagash as a whole. We are left with an interesting position, which says down in the south, we have the Lord of Undeath, who is in a very strong magical position, but with many enemies out there. And in the north, we have an Orc Empire who is almost, in some respects, against much of what Nagash stands for. Nagash is looking to bring life to an end. Orcs, in many respects, are life going out of control and wild, and far more on the grr side of things than the shyish side of things if we're going with the winds of magic.
They're pure anarchy is like everything Nagash hates about life.
And further, depending upon which version of the lore you go with, orcs are not going to make the best undead servants either, in that they're just not the same as humans. We all know that Nagash has a great, it's not love of, but most certainly ability to resurrect humans. Now, whilst that may change much later, particularly as we move in towards the end times and beyond, right at this point, the vast majority of his great workings and his spells have been dealing with human corpses and humans, with the occasional bits and pieces of others here and there, meaning that the greenskins are against what he wants in the world. He needs them annihilated. So I think both sides are not necessarily going to be happy here. But the question is, what are we going to do about this one?
Yeah, because, I mean, there is the argument that Nagash takes a more long-term view, where Nagash is, okay, I need to start pivoting my necromancy to specialize on greenskins. I need to adjust for the world as it's changing around me. But that's going to take time.
It is.
And he might.
But we have voted with the greenskins deciding to do something in the south. So this isn't a matter of us going, oh, we're now going to discuss what Nagash is doing. It's not about that. The greenskins have decided to fix Nagash. That's basically what you voted for. So what's going to happen as they head south? And we have a few potential options. They could invade. The creepy, horrible area full of ghouls and mutated remnants of human tribes and undead workers still plowing away. It's just creepy and wrong, and it needs to be wiped out. Why? Because the shamans say it's bad. It's just bad, wrong fun down there. And the Black Orcs, rather intelligently, go, we have to get rid of it. Now, that might end up being a stalemate. This might not be something where they actually win, but it could be something where they go, we have got a long string of orc forts sitting down there to try and hold off the potential dangers that Nagashazar offers. It could be a full-out invasion. We have chosen not to invade into the World's Edge on one side. We have chosen not to push too hard on the other side. That's going to have ramifications because we're going to have Cathay be able to take over the ogres now because you didn't go in that direction. So Cathay is now going to be arming the ogres to deal with this. You've chosen that. We're going south. And the question is, what happens when we go south?
Yeah. Oh, that's actually kind of an interesting idea for one of the options is the Greenskins almost pivoting to what they know and how they dealt with the Tomb Kings.
Yeah, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea, but you've got to remember that we have a different sort of greenskin here. This isn't just greenskins who are superstitiously going, nope! This is clear-headed black orcs at the top of it making decisions.
Yeah, this
they don't superstitiously move out. And whilst all the orcs might say, I don't want to go there, the black orcs go, you're going there and we're taking it out. So if we're dealing with black orcs, I don't think this will be the choice they would choose, but it might be the outcome. And by that I mean we end up with a protracted war that goes out over a good couple of decades into centuries, where Nagash and the orcs are basically going into stalemate. And that turns into effectively the same outcome. But it's not the same outcome. It's not that they're afraid to go down there. They just say no. It's more...
trying to take Nagashazar from the outside is like...
It's tough. Okay, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't make it a thing that could occur. Because Nagash, as we all know, loses. I mean, I don't like to say that in any...
he's good at.
Nagash in Warhammer is a loser. And I mean that with the kindest of statements, in that he is not the best general. He generally gets out of trouble by casting giant spells, rather than actually getting out of trouble by outthinking his opponents. And his strongest weapons here are not as effective on greenskins as they are others. And greenskins make great tunnel fighters. They make great fighters in mountains. They make great fighters over land. And they have strong, cohesive leadership. It's possible Nagash is actually in a lot of trouble here and will have to retreat. And he won't like it, even though he's got his crown. But I think it's a very strong possibility, and it should at least be one of the options so that you can say, you know what? The Greenskins, if they're putting all their focus here, they're going to lose control possibly of other areas because of the focus it will take. But the focus that they put here, they might win. It could be a stalemate. That's another potential outcome.
Yeah, and they could lose. It could be that with the crown, he forces most of the vampires to come back to him. He's able to, and he's just capable of unleashing just some horrific shit. So I'm thinking, if we try to simplify it so that we're able to craft a story narrative, we have the Greenskins defeat Nagash. Is option one.
Yeah, that seems to be option one. So this doesn't mean Nagash is gone, but he's probably killed in this war, which means that his essence, much like he was killed by Sigmar, we're effectively doing a different story. Much like Sigmar held off chaos, we have the Greenskins do it. And we're suggesting that the Greenskins also take out Nagash. So option one will be he is taken out, and Nagashazar will probably fall and then be retreated from because it's horrendous. It's not the sort of place that you stick around in.
And he'll come back eventually because
he'll come back because Nagash always does. But this is the classic story. Effectively, you choose option one. You're going with the story that Warhammer typically would go with, which is the hero of the era takes out the big bad guy, and it'll be a big epic conflict, as one would imagine, and it'll probably be a battle that lasts for 4 or 5 days in the crags of Nagashazar as lightning crashes down, as our big massive black orc warlord wallops off his head using his gigantic hammer, and that causes the crown to topple off, land in a pool somewhere, and then probably disappear downriver, because we all know that crown's going to appear somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay, so that's our first option.
Option one. Then option two.
Option two, which was, so if we're doing more of a sliding scale, I think option two would be that Nagash is contained. In the sense that it's stalemate. He's pushed back into Nagashazar, but they don't manage to bring him down. They can't get in.
So if you go with this option, there's a couple of things that I would generally suggest that you have in mind if you're going for option 2. Number 1, Nagash is effectively stymied. So that means Nagash falls back into the Nagash that many of the various betrayals of him suggest, which is he's sitting on his throne and he's almost powerless, but not quite. His mind is roving out amongst all the undead, but he's no longer the great magical might. And that would suggest that through the wars, he's lost his crown, because that means that he's no longer an active force. So if we're going with stalemate, he is stymied, and the entirety of Nagashazar is ringed over at least the north and the eastern part by fortresses, orc forts, piling through the area and holding back anything that might come haunting down from Nagashazar. So we're going for not Nagash is killed, but Nagash is stymied and held back, but he's got enough power to stop the orcs taking the area where he is.
So a fun third option we could go with, because I know a lot of people in chat have been asking about it. I see it. So we might as well throw it in as a choice, is our great king of the Black Orcs pulls an Azhag. He kills Nagash, he strikes them down, and he takes his shiny boss hat and he puts it on his head as his new crown, and shenanigans ensue.
Yeah, if we do that, though, Nagash is dead, which means it's an interesting choice.
It is an interesting choice.
It's a really interesting choice.
Things will happen.
This is your choice where you're probably telling a long story, because it very possibly becomes a crown that they use for future king should this Black Orc die at a later point. And if Nagash should return, which he will, it's going to give him access to our empire. Effectively, what you're doing if you're choosing that option is undermining the Orc Empire entirely, long term. What you're saying is this Orc Empire actually loses. It's the long-term lose, but it's the loss. That's
there will be a corruption of undeath at the heart of it.
Yeah, and I think the last option should be the obvious flip of it all. Yeah, Nagash wins. Nagash wins. And this, given what we know of the area, is the least likely, but also one that we can easily do, because Nagash has that trump card that writers will use at any point, which is, well, he does magic and stuff, doesn't he? Yeah, boff. So that's largely what we go for. We go with Nagash getting pressed by the orcs over the years into the decades, comes up with a different form of the spell, the grand spell of summoning, and effectively does to the orcs what he does down in Hekara, and wipes out a large chunk of them because he figures out completely how to create Greenskin undead. This is a significant development of Nagash's power, and you choose this option if you effectively, again, want to undermine the Orc Empire that we built, and you instead want Nagash to rise far more powerful than he was before. Now, Games Workshop purposefully didn't do this repeatedly. They constantly killed Nagash until the end times. This would be a different story. This would be you saying the conclusion of the Hobgoblin issue is Nagash becomes more powerful. And that's a really interesting story too. All four of these are really good options. There isn't a better choice here, and there most certainly isn't something here that I think is the one that I would go for per se. I can argue all four being interesting, but if you're wanting to support the Greenskin focus, you're looking at the first side. You know, the orcs win. If you want to support going down a different route, then you're looking somewhere into the other areas, possibly right down to Nagash becoming, if anything, more powerful down in the south.
Yeah, so option number one is in many ways our most, which once again, not a bad thing. Our most it's a classic Warhammer story. Nagash is utterly defeated and the orcs win, and we turn our attention elsewhere. Stalemate is Nagash is contained but not ultimately destroyed. He will be a lingering threat down in the south, and the Greenskins go, ooh, that place is kind of spooky, and we also didn't clear it out. We're not going to go south anymore. Third option is Black Orc King pulls an Azhag. He takes the crown. There is a corruption of undeath at the root of the Greenskin Empire, which is very interesting because this will be a very different form of corruption being introduced to orcs and goblins and everything. And then the fourth option is that Nagash wins and our story takes a hard left turn as the Lord of Undeath just got really fucking scary.
Go for it. Let's see what you all vote for.
Let's do a 5-minute poll and launch. All right. We have get caught up here. So we have boop. I'm late, Gorishima says. What did I miss? Did the fall of the Chaos Dwarfs lead to Face Flea invading the Fishmen yet? Yeah, you missed that. Unfortunately, we can't go back over it. It was a blink and you'll miss it moment. But to a quick TLDR for anyone that is joining us late. Holy shit, we have over 1,000 people. That is wild. Thank you all for joining us today.
Hi all.
But to TLDR it, basically, the Hobgoblins decided to pull a Uno reverse card, and after betraying the Greenskins, they said, haha, just kidding, and then betrayed the Chaos Dwarfs. The Chaos Dwarfs were functionally wiped out, though a few stragglers did escape out into the wilds to influence the world later on.
Join the Chaos Forces in the north, mostly.
Yeah, that being said, before they did, some particularly spiteful high priest of Hashut set off a horrible detonation within the city of Minglzarnagrand, maybe Astrogoth himself, who could say, and a good part of the city was destroyed, meaning that the Greenskins were not able to just perfectly salvage everything. They had to rebuild and design their own version of a lot of the tech. This led to them having a notable influence on what was going on in the Badlands of the World's Edge Mountains, putting the Dwarfs in a really bad place. The Dwarf Empire is basically gone. It's surviving by scraps at this point. But the Battle of Blackfire Pass does happen, and it actually, our Eastern Empire, where the Black Orcs have consolidated a great nation, did not choose to really get heavily involved. Instead, we're focusing more on themselves. But the Hobgoblins, who got kicked out by the Black Orcs after their douchebag interactions in Minglzarnagrand, who aren't as hated, but aren't liked very well, they actually managed to turn the tide by being involved in the first Battle of Blackfire Pass. Sigmar is killed, High King Kurgan is killed, but the Greenskin warlord leading the war is also killed. And the Greenskins don't get a full victory, but they have enough of a victory that they managed to push through the pass and devastate what we know as the Southern Empire. The Empire never forms, but the remaining survivors of humanity flee further north around like Midheim or Midland, Nordland, all those areas, Kislev, and they form a new nation led by Morkar the Uniter, who is not a Chaos Lord, but instead a great hero who has led people to survival. Then a big Chaos invasion kicks off, comes south, led by some great horrible Chaos Lord, backed up with bitter Chaos Dwarf allies, who face off against the great Black Orc warlord, and the warlord wins. And he kills the first ever chosen, scatters the forces of chaos to the wind, even chased them a little bit before deciding that's not a great idea and coming back south. And he takes over and consolidates his power as the great king of this new Black Orc Empire with his great big, totally not Galmaraz demon hammer that he took from the fall of Minglzarnagrand. And now they've turned their attention down south to Nagash, who, because there was no Sigmar, got his crown back and is a great, terrible, horrible threat in the south.
Yeah. Oof.
Deep breath. And so that's what we're voting on now. Please vote, please vote, please vote, please vote. Please.
And as it currently stands, only 10% of you voted over on YouTube. So please do add more votes here, because if even half of you watching did it, the entire vote would change. So if you'd like to influence where we go next, please do drop in. At the moment, Black Orc pulling an Azhag, effectively wiping out the Orc Empire as we know it in the future, is way ahead. If you would like it to be something else, now is the time to vote. Second at the moment is Nagash is utterly defeated, the classic choice. Although that's a wee bit behind. If you think that's a good choice, please do go vote.
Yeah, if you're full on Team Greenskins, I want this stream to end with the Greenskins being the big victors. Yeah. This is the time you need to show the fuck up.
Yeah, totally.
Because right now there is a sinister enemy within taking root at the heart of their empire. If you're not careful,
indeed, the undead players are really ruining it for the orcs.
Yeah, I'll give y'all like another 3-ish minutes. Captain Magma, what if the Dragon Emperor never came back during the time of darkness and disharmony? That would be interesting. However, I don't think we have enough info yet about what exactly is going on over there during this time.
Yeah, there'll be an awful lot of making stuff up for that.
Yeah, we'll learn more as the old world storyline continues.
Yep, absolutely.
Darius Rose, Battle of the Asexual Kings, Nagash
Not wrong.
versus the Greenskin. You're not, yeah. Two guys that could not give, well, not even guys, but a undead guy and a thing that could not care less. Woo Onion. Thanks for all the great content you've given us. I rarely catch streams live, but I always enjoy them. I also picked up a copy of Dark Deeds.
Oh, thank you very much for buying Dark Deeds. You've made me a happy man. And if anyone out there hasn't picked up a copy of Dark Deeds, if everybody that was currently on did, what a difference that would make to our sales numbers. So do please go check that out. Hopefully there are links kicking around somewhere.
And I'm looking forward to learning to play it. It's a great game. Super fun.
It's a great game. Yeah, super fun.
Darius Rose, could there be a Southland human civilization Nagash exploits? Possibly, but there's a problem, which is that there's this big fucking place called Nehakara between him and them, and he's not very well liked there.
Yeah.
And even with the crown, dealing with Cetra is a problem.
It really is. Oh, it's getting a little bit closer. If you want to get Nagash utterly defeated and you vote now, it very well may go swing that way. It won't take that many of you.
I'll give you to the end of these last two super chats. Gideon, what if Nagash unleashes another River Mortis ritual across the Darklands? To be honest, the Darklands are kind of so fucked. I don't think it would be that dramatic. But also,
that would be less dramatic than many people think. But it would mean that the arguably the beneficial effects of having Tsar Nagarund gone would be eradicated. Yeah.
This would, I mean, that would basically be if you meant it in the sense that like he kills all life, it would be Nagash wins. That would be the Nagash win scenario. Also, yes. Who did the Scaven ally with to get Warpstone Nagash's are? By this point, there is significantly less. They've mined most of it out.
Nowhere near as much as there used to be. It's mostly gone.
Darius, Stunt Squisha versus Face Flaya in a Hell in a Cell match.
Oh, Shawn Michaels is back.
He's back. And Gabo, Jim Ross, and Cheek Slash on commentary. You're building your own crazy little world over there. And that is time.
Okay, looks like we have a very clear winner.
I agree.
And the clear winner is Nagash is killed. Utterly annihilated. Our Orc King has taken to the field directly in the last days, last possibly year or so of this particular conquest, and personally slays Nagash and takes his crown. So instead of that crown falling off like it's some sort of ring of power and landing in a lake somewhere and just getting washed down to sea and picked up by
original idea, do not steal.
a passing halfling and popped on his head, or Azhag the Slaughterer. It is taken by the king. And this is interesting because there's lots of different ways that this can pan out. We are fully aware, for example, when Azhag the Slaughterer takes this crown much later, that Nagash ends up directly influencing him. But Nagash is awake at this time, and currently Nagash is not. And we know what the Crown of Sorcery does because we've had rules for it on more than one occasion. And it basically ups your magic level and gives you necromancy. That's really interesting for our Orc King. Our Orc King, who's already a bit of a thinker, who's already a great strategist, who is already ahead in so many ways, now has a very different type of magic. But it's not the sort of magic that goes well with the Orky know-whats of our shamans. And we also have the first potential breakdown. Potentially. The orcs might not like this, but equally, he might not use it. Just because we have a crown doesn't necessarily mean he's going to always wear it or it influences him. And as we know, Nagash is probably out for a good 666 years or so. So it's not going to make any difference at all. In fact, if anything, it's just a powerful magical artifact in his hands. But when Nagash wakes up, it's going to be trouble.
Yeah.
We also have another couple of things that are worth saying over on the sides, which is the dwarves still hold on. The greenskins form up into a variety of different patchworks of different warlords across the World's Edge Mountains and begin to become more powerful, which means they're no longer a force that he can easily wash over and bring underneath his control. The greenskins over in the west are now more powerful and are beginning to finish the job of finishing off the dwarfs. Also, our empire of sorts that's up in the north of the empire's position is beginning to form up in its own way and push at the greenskins that are in the south of the Reich Basin. Over on the other side, the ogres have been reinforced by Cathayans. That doesn't mean Cathayans have joined forces with them, it's just they've upped their tech tree. They've basically said, we need a better buffer between us and what's going on over there. But also, almost certainly, there's going to be some form of diplomatic route being opened, and probably through the ogres, in that the dragons over in Cathay are not going to be directly talking to greenskins because that's crazy. But ogres do frequently. So they're going to be speaking to the ogres and sending ogre emissaries into that area to effectively say, look, it's fine. We're not interested in you. Also, there's a whole bunch of very well-armed ogres along with them. You don't want to go in that direction. But there's probably quite a lot of border skirmishing going on there. But to sum up that side, loosely, it's no longer as easy to take. If you'd gone in that direction, the ogres would almost certainly have fallen underneath their aegis. But they have not. So the ogres are strengthened. And in the north, well, it's still bad.
And it always will be.
Yeah, so, pretty much.
But we have the Nagash situation is resolved. And I very much agree with Andy that it's a subtle corruption. It's not one that's going to like immediately change everything. But it's this, you've introduced a fascinating thread where there's almost going to, like most greenskins are very much motivated by the influence and the power of Gork and Mork. But now there is a, one might say, parasitic, almost vampiric influence that is going to be taking heart within Tsar Nagrand, where there is already a great, mighty fortress that is designed to draw magic into it like it was in ages past to fuel the forges and all the rituals and crazy stuff of the Chaos Dwarfs. There is a deep, terrible evil that is being slowly growing within Tsar Nagrand, which is awesome. That's awesome.
So I think possibly the next thing we should do is allow a little bit of time to pass.
Yeah, fast forward.
Okay. I think this is the point where we just loosely say that Nagash is dead in the south. The Orc Empire is consolidated and falls into border skirmishes on almost all sides. The ogres are fighting on one side. The greenskins are fighting over on the other. Basically, if you're playing your game of Total War, you own all of this central section, but every time you're fighting on one side, different warlords keep popping up and defeating your warlords, and it's really bloody annoying. And you can never really get a foothold on any side. The AI is much better than AI because you're actually playing against another person. Damn it. So you might lose. Okay, and it's just not good. And we have ourselves an empire that, like an amoeba, sends out small pseudopods and occasionally extends its borders, perhaps across the desolation of wherever by the World's Edge Mountains, down maybe into Nagashazar and around those areas, but then pulls back again as various skirmishes are won and lost. Probably during this time, parts of the World's Edge Mountains are taken again and again and are lost again and again. I'd say approximately 300-400 years is probably worth passing, so we get an idea of time. And in this time, the dwarves are effectively, as a force, annihilated. There are very few of them left alive. The Empire never saved them. The orcs on both sides are just going to squeeze them until in between the vice, they are squished. Yeah, quite. Coming up from underneath. The Norse dwarves are probably still up there. So the Norse dwarves are probably doing okay, but the rest are in trouble. The Scaven at this point as well are beginning to look out at all of this area that they can't control and thinking about what they can do to undermine the orc cities. So we're going to have all manner of new orc cities building up. 300 years worth of orc building and orc warfare in this area. It's going to be wide open spaces with tribes rolling across it and big cities building in different areas of fortresses.
Yeah, with how underground expansive greenskins are, this is actually a genuine problem for the Skaven, notably in Crookback Mountain. Because Crookback Mountain it's a focal point for the Under Empire, which is why Clan Rictus was so wealthy, is that all trade has to go through this narrow point. but the Greenskins strongly control that, like iron fist over land, and they're pushing down into it. So,
and it means that the connection point between east and west that the Scaven have has been broken, which means Clan Eshin is effectively isolated away from the rest of the clans. And the rest of the clans just don't have that easy point of communication. It's a different setup for the Scaven. Around this point, we have Tilia becoming slightly higher if we're going with a standard timeline, but this place is probably half overrun by orcs as well. So I think instead of the standard old world nations as you expect, instead what we have is lots of individual border princes-like communities spread across the old world, except for that conglomeration to the far north.
So I think we have a question that needs answered. Which
what is it?
What do the elves think about this orc empire?
It's really far away from their concern, except in the north.
Yeah, like for the dark elves, it's surprisingly close. For the high elves, it's distant, but it's also as they're making their they're not there yet, but as they turn their attention back to the old world in a little while, things are going to be.
I'm not sure the elves are really going to be stepping in yet, because they're currently still in a relatively isolationist period, where they're not pushing outward. So I don't think the elves are going to be pushing on this.
I think our wood elves are pretty much in the same position as normal.
Yep, and I think they're relatively strong. Our beastmen are going to be fighting against them as and where they can, but I would actually argue that it's quite likely that much more of the Darklands in that area starts greening up, which is appropriate for greenskins, in that we no longer have all the poison being dropped into the land by the Chaos Dwarfs. So we're going to find more forests over there. We're going to find more rolling plains, territory that the Canet hobgoblins much prefer is going to be slowly spreading over.
The great plains are going to expand south.
Yeah, the wolflands are going to become rolling green plains almost in their entirety. They almost were anyway in some parts of it, where the great goblin wolf tribes are. They're going to be, again, mostly green. It's going to be a better place, which is amusing to think, given the greenskins are ruling here.
It's not hard. The bar is under the ground.
The bar is really low here. So I think as we move through those early centuries, we appear to have a consolidation of loose borders which wobble a bit but don't go far. Cathay holding them off. The ogres forming into their own faction, which will eventually reach the point where someone's going to start raising above. Some tribes are going to become more important than others in those areas because they're being pushed, and it's important that they band together to stop the greenskins. So it's going to force them to consolidate their power as well, and they're going to constantly have Cathayans saying, "Band up, band up, band up! Don't lose, don't lose, don't lose," over on the other side. So the dragons are going to be pushing for that hard. So we're probably going to have a stronger Ogre Kingdom force building over in that side, whilst it's weaker over on the western side. But
it's going to be more focused towards like the ancient giant lands, less towards the western edge.
Yeah, I agree. Just to answer that one, the Great Maw has been in place for quite some time.
Yeah, Great Maw's been there.
And the ogres are the big hungry beasts that we've come to know and love.
Yeah, so the most relevant nation or factions to our current Greenskin Empire with this like 400 or 500 year time skip is, what do the Dark Elves think about them?
No, I think the most relevant is the top. What happens? We have got ourselves a bunch of black orcs, all of whom think they're better than this king, who's already possibly a bit weird. Kings and orcs rarely last more than about 200 years. Very rarely. Yeah. It just kind of doesn't happen. And if we're talking several centuries, then almost certainly he's beginning to get very long in the tooth. And he's not going on a Wa. He's not got the great might of the Wa running through him. There's going to be challenges. He's got a mighty, powerful demon-wielded warhammer. He's got a big crown of nastiness and Nagash. Corruption's almost certainly beginning to tear through him. Dar has begun to sit in his soul. He himself is turning slowly darker. And the black orcs that are underneath him are going to not like his orky no-whats. They're going to be orky no-thanks.
Yeah, especially if he's anything like Azhag, he'll have like moments of lucidity, but he'll have moments of some weird behavior.
Yeah, totally. And with this piling up of Dar within him, this is not some wandering orc who's going from place to place to place to place. This is someone who's sitting on his laurels, and challenges are going to come. I think the next question is, does he survive?
That's fun.
Because we need to decide where this orc empire is going to go. Is it going to be other orcs moving in, or is it going to be he just sees them all off?
Yeah, so, okay, so I have a couple options here that I think are actually really fun. So the first is a pretty standard, he successfully sees off challengers. We start getting ourselves a very powerful, very big, powerful orc he's just winning.
Yeah, I think that's a really likely outcome, because for most orcs don't last more than about 200 years when they sit inside a fortress or some equivalent. They can last much longer. We have several examples of orcs that are centuries old, and black orcs are no different to the rest of the orcs as far as we're aware, meaning that we could have a black orc that could stand the test of time if you wish.
So the second option I think would be fun, because this sets up some nastiness in the future, is that he wins, but using the magic of the crown. So like all the greenskins witness him unleashing bizarre, horrific magics to kill his enemies instead of beating them fair and square. And the shamans are like, this is not right. This is bad.
Okay, so if we're doing that, we're effectively saying that we're heading towards fracturing our orc empire.
Yes.
Because that's so. Number one is Orc Empire is sound, and he sees off all contenders. Option number two is that he is corrupted, and the orcs decide to do something about it. And we're going to decide what that is afterwards. So option number three would be he's removed, I suppose.
I would say Scaven assassinate him.
Interesting. Why?
Because they want to break up the Orc Empire that they can take back Crookback Mountain. They can open up that trade route to the east where all the warpstone is, where all the goodies are.
Yeah, I would argue this could potentially be. I mean, Skaven are stupid. I quite like this because this by assassinating, they might actually make it worse for themselves.
Yes, which it would be funny.
Yeah, I'd maybe make that option 4 so that the orcs have their own agency and remove themselves as option 3. So orcs,
he's just killed. He's killed.
Yeah, he is removed by the orcs, and 4 he is removed by the Scaven.
I like. Okay, yeah. So 1 is he's just the big badass, and we just keep going forward with a very powerful, scary war boss that is remaining vaguely himself.
So 1 is badass. 2 is corrupted, 3 is removed, and 4 is assassinated.
Yeah, and 3 is the Orc Empire is still
held together. It's doing what empires do, and it's doing what orcs do. They are removing those who are growing weak over time by challenging them and taking them down. And because we have black orcs in place, it's going to be a black orc almost certainly that does it. We're going to effectively be starting off with our first set of heirs taking over from the previous orc king.
Yeah. All right, so we've got
badass option 1.
Badass.
Option 2 is what was option 2 again? Corrupted.
Yep.
And still is a badass, but in a very different way. Corrupted badass. Option 3 is we just move into orcs replacing the orcs. It's
natural legacy.
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. And then option 4 is Scaven assassination. Die, 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 die! Or something of that sort.
Yep. Natural legacy, king passes on. And then Scaven assassinate king. All right. Let's do a 3 minute
Yeah, that could be a pretty short one.
Yeah. Okay, great. Make sure to vote. There's a fuck ton of y'all, so please do vote.
That'd be nice.
We have, let's see, Lethal Cells. Will this world have a Go Trek and Felix to stop the sleeper? No. No, Go Trek and Felix do not happen in this world.
In this world, the dwarfs are going to be, unless something happens up with the Norse, almost certainly eventually wiped out. It's going to take centuries because they are stubborn, but they are not in a good place.
Also, will the surviving dwarfs turn to Hashit? The ancestors haven't been much help. I don't think they would.
No.
I think what happened in Uzkalak was a very specific set of unique circumstances.
Yep, I agree.
Rocker Boy Jukebox. Darius Rose slowly tried to gaslight you into watching pro wrestling next Lorebeards special episode. Never. I will never fall to that.
Yeah, it's not happening, Rocker Boy.
Yeah, I cannot be bothered. I already have too many things I like. Gideon, next step after Nagash's defeat, since East and West are more difficult, the Oaks invade Southeast into End. End is likely fighting threats, but we don't know enough about it to talk about it and it be like a fun actual discussion. It would be a lot of bullshitting.
We'd be making shit up, rather than discussing the lore as we understand it.
Yeah, that would that's you're devolving at that point into like kids on a playground making up superpowers to one up each other, and it's which is fun, but that's not really what we do here. Darius, the only person that can stop him is Carl Cena. Get out. His bodyguard Grimgor kills him in the end because he ain't Orky no more. Well, that would be the third option.
Yeah, that definitely would be a part of it. Yeah, he ain't Orky no more. That's the natural legacy because he's kind of not.
Yep. Gideon, but what if the Celestial Dragon Emperor joined Chaos due to their pre-cataclysm temptations, but the Dragon Ogres turned them down instead? Now that's a what if. There's a lot happening in that what if.
It is a what if there, Gideon. Yeah. Now that one I'll call out as one to add to the list. What if it was the Dragon Emperor who turned to Chaos, not the Dragon Ogres?
That
wow. That's fun.
Yeah. Breaks off and forms new tribe. That could theoretically. There would be some shaking and moving.
There's probably a lot of that in general.
Yeah, no matter what. To be honest. All right, we all still got a little more time to vote. We're caught up with super chat stuff. I do want to thank you all for joining us today. It's always a delight to be able to share these kinds of experiences all and just have fun just yapping.
I love the what ifs. The what ifs are all proper bonkers, so it's always an absolute joy to see where you go, because almost every time it doesn't end anywhere near what I was expecting when the question was first posed. And this one was one that, particularly over on Discord and elsewhere, people were going, is it really that big of a difference? And the answer in my head was yeah, and the answer that we've had so far is yeah, but in a way that I didn't expect. So I'm really quite enjoying this one. Yep. Are we close to calling this one?
Yes, and that is time.
Well, looks pretty clear over on YouTube. How was it over on the other side? Interesting, slightly different. Far fewer votes, though.
With
Twitch, it's only... Yeah.
With Twitch, we have 43% is he wins by corruption, and then 35, so only an 8% difference, is he's killed by the Scaven.
Yeah, and there's far fewer voting over on Twitch. So seriously, if you're sitting on YouTube and you want to make a difference, go jump over to Twitch as well and move things out, because very few votes there. So I think, hiya! So I would suggest for this one that the Skaven assassinate him and that he is corrupting. And it's concerning them deeply. So we get a little bit of both, because Twitch definitely went with the corrupting option.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
So I would suggest then that over the course of some time, he's corrupting more and more, and his desire and order is not what you'd expect necessarily from an orc. And a lot of it starts manifesting with methods of getting himself more power. Yet power he can use with this crown. So he starts, what's going to upset the Skaven, hunting Warpstone. And his orcs are somewhat more resistant to it than others, much like the Skaven can be. And it starts basically a fight over getting access to Warpstone. They start pushing in at the ogres, trying to get towards the Warpstone Desert, which is not going to turn out the Warpstone they're looking for, driving down into where the Skaven are, raiding their war parties, fully aware of what they are, Skaven casting spells to try and hide themselves from whatever horror the Greenskins have at them, until our Orc King at the very top starts directly influencing it, becomes, if anything, a horror like Nagash was, but in a very different way, where Nagash was a horror because he magically was a horror and could reach out and destroy almost anything and terrified the Council of 13. This one is a far more physical, far more real horror. And we can have potentially here a couple of really nasty wars, under Empire style wars, where this enormous king of the orcs wades through just thousands of them, his hammer sailing, lightning crashing out from his crown, eradicating the Scaven in his path, terrifying the Council of 13 when it becomes clear that he's decided that he's going straight for the center, which means that they do what they always do. Assassination. That's what they turn to. But I think, given what we have here, we can have it turn into a Scaven deal. So what happens is the broken, fragmented Scaven groups as we know them at the moment, which is Scaven, Blight, Kranskrier, et al. Over on that side, and then over here, Clan Eshin, their under network is weak but still connected, and then Clan Eshin make a deal for something big to take him out and send a Deathmaster to basically save, from what they see it, Skaven Blight. So the Council of 13 on one side, Clan Eshin on the other side, separated from it, and we can have ourselves a different form of Fellblade story where they try to take out the Orc Warlord. And I would suggest, given that it was kind of a split vote, that this fails several times. Oh, yeah. That there are multiple assassination attempts, and they fail again and again and again and again until eventually they have to go big. And it involves both Clan Eshin and the Council of 13 on both sides working together to eventually take out this Orc Warlord. An Orc Warlord who by this time is somewhere over in the Border Princes, getting ready to make his way over the Dwarf passes down into Tilia. He's made his way over there, crashed through the World's Edge Mountains, and he is going for Skaven Central. But you voted that he dies. So he is killed somewhere, I would presume, around about the Arana Mountains, maybe over by the Border Princes, somewhere down in the south of the Old World. So an enormous Wa is making its way through there, but it's a Wa unlike any of the Was that this part of the Old World has ever seen, which has generally been the rise of an Orc Warlord, this great tide that sweeps through, and then generally 5 or 6 years later, it peters out as it fractures or the Warlord is killed. This one is an orchestrated army with a stress on orc, with the Black Orcs right at the very top of it, controlling it like a proper functioning, almost Roman-style organized Greenskin force, with obviously all the bickering that you would expect and all of the horrors that would be along with that, but a scarily organized force. And it's first time doing a clear invasion, and the Skaven are pissing themselves, squirting the musk of fear pretty much every day until eventually one of their assassins gets through and that crown topples. Which then gives us the next question. Does the crown pass on or does it get taken by the Skaven?
Yeah, I think we could do a very, very fast vote on that because that's I think that's also as well. So I would say that if y'all want to continue that storyline of this heart of corruption blooming fully, then the crown needs to remain in the Greenskins' hands. But if you want to remove the crown from the occasion and it goes over to Skaven Blight, where honestly the Skaven would probably do their damnedest to destroy it based on how
use it. Mine.
Doing stupid shit for Skaven Blight.
So corrupt the orcs or corrupt the Skaven. Yeah, basically. They're both already pretty broken in their own ways. Yeah, so we definitely have at this point, though, a lot of movement amongst the Greenskins that their king has become something different. And what we're saying, if you choose that the crown passes on to another Greenskin, you're saying that that is an accepted part of what the Greenskins in this part of the world accept, which I would strongly suggest gives us two very different factions of Greenskins. Our Empire Greenskins, so to speak, which are at their heart now using magic and potentially teaching magic, using the black magics that they've got through the Crown of Sorcery, And on the other side are normal greenskins who are going to be going to war with them frequently, sometimes allying with them. They're basically another faction.
Yeah, this would create a serious divide between the East and West greenskins.
Yeah, and if you want to have the greenskins be greenskins, focusing on Orc and Gork, focusing on WoW magic, all the rest in our empire, then you very much want this crown to be passed over onto the Scaven, who in turn are going to be in a place where they're going to, Clan Scryer is going to tear that thing apart. How does it work? What does it do? They are the masters of this particular type of magic. Corruption is their, it's their cheese.
It's fine.
They'll have no problems with that at all. And yes, a whole bunch of Skaven will probably die in their experiments, but their job will be to try and use that crown to utterly dominate anything else they can get their hands on. Effectively, you will be strengthening Skaven Blight if you choose to do this. It's the opposite of the Orc option. If you choose the Orc one, we're ultimately going to implode it. But if you go on the Skaven side, you're going, oh no, actually it's the opposite. We're giving them the power. The Orcs don't have the know-whats to turn that into proper power, but the Skaven do.
Yeah, if you want, this could actually lead to an interesting scenario of not only does our Greenskin Empire become more core and true, like it manages to limit that corruption to a singular individual, the failings of a single individual, a warning story, but it also means our Skaven are going to become a much more relevant threat to globally. Like the Skaven are going to become a problem. This is going to lead to that doomsday end time scenario of Skaven have invented some sort of, because I mean, imagining the same with the Crown of Sorcery, they could make their own version, and they have so many more resources than Nagash had at his disposal.
So much. It'd be an interesting story that you'll be moving towards, and we're definitely building a Greenskin versus a Skaven story as well.
Yeah, which could lead to the whole thing of, do the Greenskins save the world again?
But in a different way, yeah, totally. Yeah. And we have a very different potential story there. So there's lots of different ways we can take this with both sides. So please do vote. There's a lot of you out there, and currently about some have voted. We're talking maybe like less than 10%. So the more of you that vote, the better this result will be. If you've got an opinion, please do share it with us.
Yep. I'll give y'all like another minute or two. We'll get caught up on some super chat real quick. Legitimately, who wins between him and Face Leia? So based on how Face Leia was a very powerful character. That for those that don't know, go watch our What If an Aryan Had Survived narrative, where Face Leia ends up being like a major antagonist that gets built during the stream. This guy that y'all have made, though, the Black Orc King, is bullshit character. Like, he's a bullshit character.
Yeah, this is a little bit like the Dragon Emperor and the Aryan and all the rest of it. He's proper powerful. And Nagash, there's a reason the Skaven want to kill him, and they're going to expend significant resources to do it.
Yeah, he would curb stomp Face Leia.
Yeah, and he honestly is probably going to curb stomp Skaven Blight if he gets there. It's not a imaginary threat. Greenskins, when they are all channeled in one direction, are exceedingly scary.
Yep. Hannibal, don't need a complete episode wrap for this Prime Orc. Yes,
you're not wrong. Yeah.
Captain Magma, Chris Jaratko enters the ring. What? Oh God, y'all.
He's going to just stop.
Captain Magma. If any member of the Council of 13 decides to wear the crown instead of destroy it, the Horned Rat would probably personally materialize to smite them. I think you're correct, but you also I think you underestimate how
stupid the Skaven are.
Yeah,
and how much they'll do it.
They're very greedy and very stupid.
And yes, the Horned Rat's not going to like this if it is in any way detrimental to overall Skavendom. But equally, there is too much power in this artifact to ignore, something that the Horned Rat would be very attracted to. And can it be used against their enemies? And the answer is absolutely, demonstrably yes.
Yeah, to be fair, the Great Horned Rat is also kind of stupid. So I mean, there's that.
Yeah, there is.
Gideon, could the Orcs take the crown then smash it?
Sure.
They
could try.
Yeah,
they could try.
Yeah,
and they might succeed. Maybe break off bits of it. Sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
All right. I'll go ahead and call it time.
It seems a pretty clean vote there.
Yeah, it's pretty overwhelming. So the Skaven take.
So that's interesting because we have another immediate question that we need to answer. And that's that we have this great orc empire that has relied upon the Black Orc generals at its heart, some of which remember the rebellion and taking out their Chaos Dwarf creators, really. Some of them are potentially even first generation Black Orcs, the very first created. And we have ourselves the idea of a Black Orc king who thought he was indestructible and probably didn't set up what happens should he die. Now, typically when a great empire like this fractures and there's no clear heir, it fractures properly and it breaks up into several groups. But it's possible that the Black Orcs, much like, say, for example, Sigmar and his tribal leaders, come together and go, you know what? No, we're not going to do this. We have to quickly choose one of us to lead, because if we don't, everything that we fought for is going to fall apart. So it's possible you'll get that. But these are orcs. And at heart, orcs tend to go for fight first, think second. And even Black Orcs fall into that trap repeatedly. But it doesn't mean that that's what you decide that we do here, because ultimately this is going to be your choice as to what the next step is going to be for our burgeoning. It's not burgeoning now. We have had centuries.
No, yeah, it's solid.
This is a solid orc empire, but it's solid because of its king. Is that the case, or is it solid because of the Black Orcs? And if it's solid because of the Black Orcs, then this empire will stand.
So basically what we're asking is, does the Black Orc Empire has to make an animosity check? Do they pass or fail?
Yeah, and I think given it's Black Orcs, almost certainly would be, there'd be a big fight, and whoever wins would become the next king. There would be an enormous equivalent of, I don't want to say it, but some sort of Hell in a Cell cage match. WWE style, perhaps. All of your comments have apparently influenced our outcome.
If they did it the organized way, there would basically
be organized way.
Yeah, the organized way. Yeah, there would basically be like a tournament arc to determine who's the biggest, who's the baddest.
And if you like that, go for that. But these are greenskins, and I think that when you're making your vote for the next section, do realize that these frequently turn to just bickering, bloodshed, and interscene warfare the second the strong figure is removed. And if he is the core figure that's keeping this entire thing together, perhaps this now fractures, and our Black Orcs effectively turn into maybe 30, 40, 50 separate forces spread throughout this Black Orc area. So the job here is, do we get a clear heir, tournament style? Do we fracture into lots of different groups? Or do we have a third option?
No, I think those are good, really.
I mean, it's kind of a black and white one here. Are we going to maintain, or are we going to lose our empire?
Okay, so we got the Royal Rumble tournament arc.
Royal Rumble. Who's going to stay in the ring? Here comes Face Flare. Here comes Grimgor.
Yeah, Ironhide. Yeah.
Oh, Grimgor's in the ring.
Steel chair. Yeah, he just comes out.
This is ridiculous. Good times. The elect orcs must gather.
And then we have failed animosity check for the second option. The greenskins do what greenskins do best, and everything fractures
and everything collapses. So this is up to you, but regardless of which choice you were going to go with, this is not going to be an easy process. So if you go with, we have our big orky tournament or whatever, there's going to be an awful lot of infighting throughout all of this. A king will rise, and it will take probably 10, 15 years before anything is consolidated from this. It's going to take a lot of time before it actually turns into something solid. So don't think of this as the, it's just nice and calm option. It's going to be bloodshed across this orky empire. Or alternatively, you flip it right over and you say, no, it is in fact nothing but bloodshed, as various individual warlords rise up, all claiming that they should be the king.
Yep. And with that, let's do like a 3-minute poll and fire. Please vote. All right, getting caught up on Super Chat stuff. We've got Ricky Chapman, the amount of Scaven who die fighting over that crown could form a small mountain range. Yes. Yeah, a lot of Scaven are going to die over that crown. You are absolutely correct on that. Darius Rose, just as Alexander the Great said to his generals before he died, succession goes to the strongest. Then we have the orc successor kingdoms.
And you know what? That is a very, very likely outcome. And I think even if we do go with our tournament option, we are going to have several successor kingdoms, which are going to have to be reconquered if they wish to claim all the territory they once held.
David Whitfield, surprise Carnosaur! Well, we're not in Austria or the Southland.
Of course, so, David.
I don't think we'd have a random T-Rex spawning out of the ether, but who could say? Who could say? This we
wow.
That's
pretty heavy in one direction at the moment.
In the interest of time as well, we will be kind of marching towards the conclusion of the storyline coming up soon. But this will kind of determine about whether it's the Greenskins sort of fall apart and they become a little less the focus of the story, or if y'all just want to stay focused on them at the story.
Yeah.
Which it's looking pretty goddamn
it really
definitive.
Is. I mean, your votes are so heavily on Royal Rumble tournament arc, it's almost hilarious. You all clearly want Grimgor to come in the ring. The Great Green Tourney. I like that one, Charlie. Yeah, it's a little. I mean, Sotek was possibly showing what he preferred with his all-cap Royal Rumble arc.
I personally would have voted Animosity because I think that's more Greenskin faithful. But like, I'll do you, man. I thought failed Animosity check was just as funny.
Dearie me, rather amusing. I think we can probably call that one without necessarily going on for much too longer. It's pretty clear which side's going to win. We have Royal Rumble tournament arc massively claiming the vote there. So what we're going to have is, loosely speaking, a big, massive fight that is going to be both organized in some places where individual black orcs will fight against each other and orcs will fight against each other in an attempt to prove that they are individually most powerful, and then they will channel out towards the center of their empire all the way over at Tsar Nagarund, whatever we rename it as, where eventually they are going to, possibly 5 or 6 years later, eventually conclude who is the winner. But in that time, we are probably going to also fracture our orc empire into about 15, 20, maybe even more separate groups, all of whom think they're right. And it will turn into one giant fight throughout. A fight that the Skaven will be seeking to promote. They will be trying to ensure that no one faction... Yeah. And on the other side, Cathay will be doing exactly the same thing, sending over any type of force they can to try and promote internal interscene warfare. But the Black Orcs at the top, being fully aware of this, and importantly, by this point, since we have consolidated our Hobgoblins throughout it too, Hobgoblins going, they're doing this to us. Because they're the sneaky gets. The sneaky gets who are now moving out and sneaking into places like Cathay, sneaking into the ogres, sneaking over borders.
I actually love that this is that big moment of the Hobgoblins having their influence, of them coming back and not being the true traitors, because we established they aren't, but coming back and having that, don't y'all see what's happening? Don't you see what's being done to us?
Okay, and coming up, and also, effectively, this is the big, huge moment. Is it going to stick? And the answer is, decades later, yes. And not only does it stick, it also, through the process of sticking, provides a framework for future succession. What happens when someone dies? And very possibly, we end up with a relatively short number of very fast successions over the period of this time. Several kings in short order, because they have a process in place effectively for it, allowing challenges to take place, might is right wins, until eventually they get somebody at the top who is just bigger, better, and more orkier than all the rest of them, and combine them all together. And it probably will take a while to get that thing in place, because that's generally what binds together the groups. And for the first time ever, I suggest that possibly we flip our story and say our first WA is a WA against orcs.
Against the Western orcs?
That slams through their own territory. So any that stand against them get taken out in the WA, and then they slam into the World's Edge Mountains because they're looking to bind all the orcs together underneath their rule. And we know it's hard pushing on the other side. But the World's Edge Mountains are already invaded previously.
I love that, actually, that the Hobgoblins...
I quite like that.
The Hobgoblins play both sides. That's great. That's very,
in fact,
very good.
Raging Pacifist, I actually quite like the idea that possibly they were the ones that provided the Scaven with everything that they needed. I really like that, Raging Pacifist. I think it's a great idea. And I think that we're writing this out, because we are, as often with these streams, we're just talking it out, seeing where it lands, and then a new idea comes in, and you're like, yeah!
I love the idea that the Hobgoblins do a double-sided betrayal every time they get heavily involved, where it's like, oh, they help the Chaos Dwarfs, and then they backstab them.
And then you could very potentially argue as well that the reason that they did it was because they could see just how bad the king had become. Yeah. So the Hobgoblins are both backstabbing them and saving them all at once in the same way that the start is.
Yeah, they backstab the Greenskins by helping kill the king, but then they backstab the Scaven by being like, oh, but we know, because then they know where all the Scaven influence is. They know how the Scaven do everything.
And then possibly that then should be the WA.
Oh, they walk into
and with all the information they've got from the Hobgoblins, this is where they are.
The Hobgoblins conveniently show up with all this info. The shamans are like, Gork and Mark showed them the way. The like,
that's how they stop the complete fragmentation of the Empire. And they stop the complete fragmentation of the Empire by effectively following Gork and Mork's great call, which is to wipe out the Scaven. So the Skaven are in a position where they've got this great power and it's about to be theirs, and their glittering eyes are excited beyond belief. And then suddenly the threat that they thought they'd wiped out comes thundering across the World's Edge Mountains one more time. And this time it's coming along with Hobgoblin Wolf Riders, it's coming along with Sneaky Gets, and Sneaky Gets are sneaking out assassin-like in the Skaven regiments also, because that's what Sneaky Gets do. That's quite fun.
Yeah, I mean, these Hobgoblins would probably be more advanced. It's
super fun. I really quite like the difference that we're building for this. So the question I think I'd have for us here is, does Skaven Blight fall? Because I think that's a pretty big question.
Especially, I would note that if Skaven Blight doesn't, and the Skaven are able to not only survive, defeat this tremendous horde, and unlock the power of the crown, this is our end time scenario for this.
Yeah, we're building something fun here. This is going to be a binary choice. One hand, the orcs take out the Skaven, and they slam into the marshes. They get to Skaven Blight, and they flatten it. And they're taking out mountain holds as they go. So Fester Spike is taken out, or whatever else along the way, and they are crunching down big, massive Mork and Gork feet into the tunnels and collapsing them as they go. Because this is an overground empire. It's quite unlike any orc empire we've seen previously. It's much more like some of the 40k empire or empires of orcs, rather than the Warhammer standard empires of orcs, in that they're not sitting down underground and hiding in mountains or some equivalent. This is a big, open, intelligent, which is an odd word to use for greenskins, and controlled loosely empire. And it's coming to properly crunch the Skaven that were responsible for killing their previous king, although arguably that was the Hobgoblins. Kind of love it. So that option one is they take out Skaven Blight entirely, not wiping out the Skaven by any stretch. There's millions of them all over the place, but it wipes out their heart completely, meaning that that faction is sort of destroyed in the same way that previously the Chaos Dwarfs had been sort of destroyed. But Clan Eshin's still fine. Clan Pestilence still fine. Oh, we'll get to that.
Yeah,
Clan Pestilence still fine. Skaven are in no way destroyed, but their heart is plucked out hard. Or alternative, flip that round. The Scaven managed to hold them off. The fighting in the marshes is terrible. And the orcs are effectively held in Tilia. And they don't get any further. The power of the Crown of Sorcery is unlocked. And the Scaven move towards their endgame scenario. So this is, if you want to see the Scaven rise up, this is the one. Chaos might not get their chance.
Yep. So let's do 3 minutes for this one. And here we go.
Oh, this is quite a fun one. I'm really keen to see where you take this one.
Yeah, because for Chaos building up to all, as this all has been happening over centuries and decades, Chaos is occasionally they attack the Black Orc Empire and get kind of repelled. They attack Grand Cathay and are held back by the Bastion. You know, they fight the Dark Elves, but are destroyed at the Watchtowers. The High Elves are still helping influence matters with, the High Elves of Bretonnia are much closer than they would have been because that's the major human empire over there that manages to hold them back. Chaos is still doing Chaos things, but it's, busy.
Yeah.
Isn't invading Skavenblight basically impossible? But if you had this scenario, no, you could invade Skavenblight.
Yeah, absolutely. Skavenblight is an exceedingly difficult place to invade. Of that, there is no doubt. And this is not a campaign of a week. This is a campaign of several years, possibly leading into decades. But we are talking big picture here. And this is ultimately the new orc wa to take out the Skaven. It is ultimately possible, yes.
The orc king died. Summon the Elector Orcs.
Yeah, not too far off.
It should just be Elector Orc. Just one word. Just add a CS on the end.
Do we have any super chats before we move on?
Yes. Darius Rose, Jim Ross. Who's number 30?
I can't believe you've somehow got WWE into our conversation with Darius. Well done.
Each boss is based on an Attitude Era wrestler. Good God.
This is the New Orc Order.
You could technically say the Black Orc King was The Undertaker. The Undertaker.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Rick Chapman, the Hobgoblins show the wall where Skavenblight is leading to potentially the biggest battle in the Warhammer world. Yeah,
the
Hobgoblins
that's exactly what we're heading for, which is pretty cool.
I mean, that would be the ultimate. Honestly, it would kind of make the stream like a perfect circle in a lot of ways, which is nice.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Let's. How's the votes going out there? So there's a lot of you watching who haven't voted. So if you're sitting out there listening to us yabber away and you're enjoying where we're going, now we're heading towards closer to a conclusion. Please do drop in and give us your opinion. It'll make an enormous difference because if all of you right now did it, it could go anywhere as a vote. Because we currently only have around about 10%, less than 10% of you have voted. So if another 10, 20% comes in, our vote could go anywhere. So please do drop a vote in. YouTube's
got to be bust or something. I cannot believe that many people are watching. I just refuse to believe it.
Yeah, we've got a fair number over there.
It's got to be like a bug. Hannibal, orcs, kind of the planet's antibodies against chaos. I mean, who knows
Hannibal, you're not wrong. In some respects, it does feel a bit like that.
Yeah, who knows about why...
I mean, it's not good for everyone else.
Yes, but hey, I mean, that's like antibodies in a real body,
Yeah, it's the truth. Antibodies can sometimes just attack anything.
Yeah. All right, and that's time. Yeah, this was a blowout on both.
It's super easy to see who's going to win this one. The Wag is indeed crumping those ratty gets.
Yeah, so Skavenblight gets absolutely wrecked. It gets foot of gork all over.
Absolutely. So, as we're taking a look at the world that we have now, we have got ourselves an enormous orc, fragmented in places, but consolidated under a king empire. It's a very different version of the orcs to the ones that you typically see in Warhammer. The Black Orcs have got very strong control of it, and the orcs who typically don't go for empire building, but do sometimes, are very much caught underneath the aegis of the Black Orcs for empire building. And as we've discussed in some other streams, for example, when we were discussing about his name keeps on flooding at my head. What's his face? Down in Black Crag.
Gorfan Rocket.
Thank you, Gorfan Rocket. The name just fled at my head there. Gorfang Rockgut. As we discussed with Gorfang Rockgut, they do empire build, and he has done down there. And in this case, we have an enormous empire that now encompasses most of the world's edge mountains because they've invaded across through this. They have taken those. They have wiped out enormous number of Scaven in those holds. They've wiped out any orcs who won't follow their particular way of living, goblins who won't follow their way of living, and what remains of the dwarfs by this century are pretty much, yes?
And very important, through this act, the hobgoblins have reintroduced themselves as like an ally into the empire.
Absolutely. Effectively, the dwarves are gone. The humans are in disarray. Britannia is never going to rise in the way you would expect. Tilia is destroyed. The Scaven is destroyed. And we move over and towards Estalia. There's probably Estalian princedoms or some equivalent kingdoms, pardon me, over there. Up in the north of the empire, there's some form of loose confederation of old clans that have bound together into an empire-like group that was originally formed by Morcar the Uniter. Over Cathay, super strong. The ogres, if anything, are stronger too. Nagash is currently dead. His crown was with the Scaven and has been crumped and sunk with everything else, making his crown particularly difficult to get hold of. Which means as we move towards the end times, the vast majority of the center of the old world and into the Darklands and heading over towards the Mountains of Morn are held completely by greenskins. The Skaven despise them with a passion. Plague is beginning to spread up from the south as Clan Pestilence begins to take its revenge for the loss of Skaven Blight. But plague amongst orcs is never quite as effective as you'd hope. But there is going to be some really nasty poxes brought out from the old Liber Buonicus to ensure that they can get some form of revenge. Clan Eshin giggling away like mad over on the other side because they never liked Skaven Blight much anyway, and they saw the whole thing fall apart. Literally hilarious. And they're in a pretty strong position over there because they've never really been influenced by all of this mess, and they've never lost anything by any of this. Our elves are largely in the same place as well, as we then start heading towards what's going to happen as we move into the end times.
So I will note that the Saints, Gork and Mork's exact mechanics are a little funky, but Greenskin's magic, the Gork and Mork's presence tends to be determined a lot by what's called like Wa energy, and allows them to supposedly, through the versions of what we see as what are considered spells from an orc perspective, manifest parts of themselves into reality, do some insane shit.
Crunch! Splat!
So like at the Battle of Skaven Blight, there very well would have probably been witnesses seeing
Crunch!
A full Gork and Mork appearing and tearing apart like the tower of the Great Horned Rat.
It would have been a mental battle. Super awesome. The Horned Rat himself throwing everything that he could into it, and Skaven Blight being shattered. This is a proper epic battle. So what does it mean for our end times? Because I think that we're now moving towards the version of our end times, because ultimately we know that the Warhammer world goes through periods of chaos, waxing and waning and waxing and waning, and eventually it will wax to the point that it very possibly could take out the world. But we have a different world to the Warhammer world that we know. The Warhammer world that we know lost. Chaos wins. The great spread of forces across the world was not enough to stop Archaon. But we are within a world where Archaon cannot rise. There is no Cult of Sigmar. There is no equivalent. If we want to make an equivalent, the equivalent would be an orc. An orc that became disenchanted with Mork and Gork. But that's not really how orcs work.
No.
It's just not how orcs do. Meaning that it
might have, if the crown had stayed and continued to corrupt, it might have.
But that corruption is no longer there. It was removed by the Scaven, who got crumped for their job. So we are left then with going, where does our ever-chosen who potentially binds the world together come from? And the answer is some fragmented, broken tribes in the old world. Not hugely likely. Maybe over in Cathay, we have discussed an Everchosen that could come from Cathay in the
Very
past.
possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Possibly over there, there's not great options. We, of course, have the tribes of chaos to the north itself, which would include some tribes that you might not expect. The Gospodars, for example, are almost certainly, this is one of the founding tribes of Kislev, still up there. They're probably still one of the chaos tribes. So the Gospodars are probably one of the tribes raiding down into the Hobgoblin lands in the north and down into the Orky territories. So that's potentially where our Everchosen is coming from. In fact, the most likely choice is from the tribes to the north. And then the question is, are we in a position where the world is likely to end? Do we have a clear candidate for trying to take down, for example, the great vortex that sits over Ulthuan and drags magic out of the world? I mean, we all know Malekith wants to do that because, you know, he's Malekith. But is that going to happen? And is he going to be called Malarian? What exactly is our endgame scenario? And interestingly, as I look at this, there's not an immediate, obvious choice.
No, I see a lot of people wanting a Chaos Dwarf Everchosen to be the finale, which could be fun to use those one of those stragglers having been just burning, or either a descendant or even hypothetically someone that's just that full of hatred, left to hash it behind, embraced the four greater powers, and became something truly nightmarish.
Yeah, you know what? I don't dislike that. I think that's pretty good. A Chaos Dwarf does make sense. Elves are notoriously, they don't fall that often.
No,
so they don't make the best options, and they're not really tied to our story.
Yeah, and they wouldn't be in a good desire to fall in this scenario. Like the Dark Elves wouldn't want to fall, the High Elves are pretty comfy, Wood Elves are, things are a little spicy, but it's not like...
Yeah, no, it's actually pretty decent for the Elves. And the greater story for the Elves, who've not impacted this story very closely, it does appear to be that the most likely to have a direct impact upon and also be directly related to the story is probably a Chaos Dwarf. So you didn't decide to wipe them out at the beginning. They moved up north and became part of the Chaos tribes in the north, the Everchosen. I love it. Okay, so we are probably going to move ourselves towards Chaos Dwarf attempting to wipe out the world for this version of an attempt for a world-ending moment.
Oh, you know, I actually like the spiciness of that because that also could tie back to that story we had about them detonating the Temple of Passion. But this time he's like, I'm going to detonate this entire fucking planet.
Yeah. It's freaking revenge, man. So do we keep this relatively simple? And by that I mean, we just simply say, we've got a Chaos Dwarf, someone who has been festering for hundreds of years, utterly appalled about everything that was done to his brothers in arms, the Chaos Dwarves as a whole. What he sees as the Dawizar as a lost empire fills him with horror, and eventually he's got some demonic, massive Lamassu equivalent to ride down and rain hell upon the great betrayers, as he sees it, down in the south. Effectively, not the same as our Sigmar follower taking down the entire world, Archaon. Instead, we're going for the original Chaos Dwarf and the betrayals that he suffers trying to take on and take out the world. And the big question really here is really simple, and that is, do we think that, given the story we have, that the Chaos Dwarf is in a position where he can rally together the forces of chaos, and as the eye of chaos at the north of the world weeps magic across it, is he in a position, as the demons are unleashed and the various chaos generals spread across the world and greater demons rise, have we got a world that says, fuck you, chaos? Or have we got a world where chaos is going to potentially take it down?
Yeah, and to put a few things in perspective, we are dealing with the situation of that the Scaven have been heavily crippled. They are still a threat. Like, Clan Eshin is still very powerful.
In fact, I'll go slightly further, and I'll say the world that we've created has got not just got the Skaven crippled, it's got the Skaven looking for allies and on the run and hating orcs, which means that Chaos can use this.
Yes.
They are going to be used. So all of the Scaven who are on the receiving end of this, Clan Pestilence is almost certain to be on the side of chaos in this particular thing, because they're just taking revenge on the orcs, basically. Clan Eshin might not be, though, because Scaven, as we know, are, they're not exactly chaos, are they?
I would see Pestilence probably being much more Nurgle influenced because of that alliance, that desperation.
Yeah, I can see them being more Nurgle aligned and more Nurgle influenced. Nurglich in truth.
Yeah, so to keep that in mind, so we have a very powerful, nasty force in the south with Clan Pestilence, likely teaming up with southern invasions of demons coming up into the Southlands. So that means the Lizardmen and Lustria are in a pretty good place, funny enough, because the Pestilence isn't focusing on them like they were. So they are going to be much more hell-bent on dealing with chaos over in the west, which the High Elves and the Dark Elves are fighting amongst themselves, but they're probably going to have... they're going to be struggling, but not in a horrible situation, notably because the Lizardmen will be in a better situation. We have the Old World. The Orcs are going to bear a lot of the brunt of the invasion coming down from the north, which is going to be hell bent on them.
I think the Old World will fall almost instantly. In this particular, the Old World is going to fall. That's going to fall.
Of the corruption in those communities is going to rip them apart.
Yeah, and with the Skaven that have been forced up out of the tunnels into many of the Old World communities, they're going to fall, and that's going to be almost the presage, the first steps towards the arrival of a new Everchosen, as the Old World is falling not to chaos but to the Skaven, and that makes it weaker for chaos to then move down into and effectively eradicate.
So what it really comes down to is that we've got this big Skaven chaos force coming up from the Southlands, which is Nehekara's not going to have a fun time against them. They're going to push through the Tomb Kings, coming for the Orc Empire from the south. Then we have the Chaos Dwarf Everchosen leading his combined Chaos Hordes from the north. And then the only allies, quote unquote, the Orcs really have that will realistically be in place to help them is the Ogre Kingdoms and Grand Cathay.
Yeah, they're not really allies.
Who are not true allies.
They have they're both going to be defending their own territories in their own ways.
Pull back.
There will not be a great orc estration of forces here. It's almost certainly going to be them individually, dealing with their own ways of dealing with it. So I think that in some respects, the destruction of Skaven Blight almost heralds a potential end of the world, because it sends Skaven out and up all over the place, causing them to
it's like stomping on an anthill.
It really is like stomping on an anthill, and all the Skaven come up, and it wipes out thousands of communities across the Old World. The Skaven massively outnumber almost all the other species, but they're too busy fighting amongst themselves to really be much of a cohesive force, and they very rarely all move in one direction. But this time they are, and they are rats fleeing a sinking ship, and they're killing everything in the way, which provides a power vacuum for chaos to move in as the gates wax. So we definitely got ourselves a relatively strong endgame scenario.
Yeah. However, on the other hand, chaos is not as powerful in this world. They don't have nearly the equipment that they would have had otherwise.
Dwarfs.
They don't have all of the crazy weapons of doom that the Chaos Dwarfs would have been able to make for them. The Beastmen are in a much position because they've been like the Greenskins have dominated so much of the Old World that they're not going to be as powerful. And these orcs, especially the Black Orc Empire, is strong.
It is.
They have much more advanced tech than most of our Greenskins. They've got black powder weapons. They've got much fancier weapons and armor. They're not just like wearing iron. They're wearing like the orky equivalent of steel, which is going to be probably much heavier, but is also just heavier because they can wear it. And they have dealt with a lot of threats, and their empire is titanic. And when the Chaos Gods go, it's time for the end of the World War, if there's one civilization that will embrace that with a howl of joy, it's the Greenskins.
Yeah, and interestingly, not so easy to infiltrate as many of the others. Well, you might argue that Khorne would be able to get a little bit of orky influence, but the orcs and chaos are really not.
And I would argue that our hobgoblin specialists are on the lookout for corruption now.
Absolutely. We have an interesting empire here that I don't think chaos corruption is anywhere near as effective as it is in, say, the elves or the humans or even the dwarfs. The orcs are arguably better at holding off against this stuff. Not immune. Nothing is immune to the effect of chaos, immune to Dar and all the rest of it. But they are definitely in a strong position. So I think that as we provide options, we should perhaps provide a bit of weighting in how we do those options for doing it.
Also, last thing I'll say before Andy does his finale thing and we do our vote is that Morslib does not blow up.
Yeah, because the Scaven are not doing anything. Which means that our Slan are not going to be trying to deal with that. They're going to be sitting in the background just mincing demons if it needs to be done. Yeah. If anything gets even close to them. This doesn't feel like we're heading towards a world-ending event. This feels like we're heading towards a big chaos incursion. So I think that's what we need to decide first. And the first question is the chaos incursion, as it's making its way down through the old world and eventually pincering into our great orc empire. Is it going to be successful in its attempt to directly strike towards Tsar Nagarund? Because that's ultimately what they're going for. In a similar fashion that Midnheim became a core source, and their job is that he wants to wake up Hashut.
Yeah, this Dwarfson, wants to bring,
It's clear that he wants to bring Hashut back. So option number one is he gets there and wakes up Hashut. That feels like a really cool first option. Option number two is our Everchosen is slain by the Orc King. It doesn't matter where, we can make our story, but the Everchosen, our Chaos Dwarf, fails to bring back the great return of the Chaos Dwarfs. The betrayal in the past by the Hobgoblins is completely fine. Hashut will never be awakened. It's the end of that story. The Chaos Dwarf story comes to an absolute end. Is there a third option we need to add?
No.
I do think that's not unfair. Chaos Dwarfs, great rituals, exploding volcanoes around the Darklands. Yeah, that sort of shit seems to be...
Shit would be hitting the fan.
Yeah, the shit is hitting the fan all over the place. So yeah, agreed completely. Yeah. Yeah, this is this is interesting. So if we have the Chaos Dwarves awakening Hashut, it would suggest a potential industrialization of some of the Chaos tribes in the north that have led to this because we're strengthening Hashut. If we don't have that happen and Hashut gets taken down, or alternatively the Chaos Dwarf gets taken down, he probably should get taken down on top of Tsar Nagarund because that's fucking cool. So yeah, totally. Big massive fight with an orc and a Chaos Dwarf on top of the remains, the skeletal remains of that ziggurat. Brilliant, with some of the old stone statues of the old Chaos Dwarves in the past, many of them turned into great orc effigies.
Oh yeah, and he's revealed. He's like opened something that's revealed the pulsing heart of Hashut, and it's all crazy.
Exactly. Or right, and there's volcanoes going all over the place. Who's going to win this fight?
Yeah. So, yeah, cool.
Are you ready?
Here we go.
Cool. Send up that poll.
Let's do 5 minutes for this poll.
Yeah, it's a pretty important poll for how we decide things go. Hashut Awaken is a big thing. Everchosen, the Everchorfen, resurrects Hashut, or the king slays the Everchorfen, and the orcs are responsible for what? Saving the world? I love it.
Yeah. It's insane. It's insane. Sorry.
Our vote's really close. With that being the case, please do vote. This one's close. It's currently not quite on 50-50, but it's as near as damn it. So if you want to influence the vote one way or the other, do please click on the screen and get some votes in.
God, Twitch is so
love it.
lagging. There we go.
Oh, freaking awesome.
All right, vote now or forever hold your peace. This may also, depending on what you choose, this may very well essentially be the last poll.
Yeah, I mean, we might be ending the world right now. If Hashut wakes up, the world is likely to end, and all of those great things the dwarves did the dwarves, the orcs did come to an end.
Do the hobgoblins triple backstab? So technically, if they were to remain consistent with how y'all voted in the stream, they would do something like they would betray the greenskins and somehow allow the chaos hordes to get to Zarnagrand, but then in the final moments they would show up and like kill the guards, allowing the Black Orc King to get to the priest. But
that's only if the Everchorfin is slain. So if you want that hobgoblin story, the Everchorfin has to be slain. If you would much prefer Hashut to be waking up and the world come to an end, then go for Hashut wakes up and all of this orky stuff was for naught. So are you voting for the orcs or are you voting for the Chaos Dwarves?
Yep, and please do get your votes in. But why does Hashut waking essentially end the world? So basically, this is our ever chosen end.
As we said earlier, this is our end time scenario. And if Hashut wakes up, the world is going to end. Hashut will wake up and blow everything up.
Yeah, basically, I mean, he's a chaos god, and chaos gods desire ultimately one true thing, which is to destroy everything.
Absolutely. So if that's what you want to go for, you know what to vote. Oh, it's really interesting to see the vote split over on Twitch in comparison to YouTube. Holy crap, it's really quite different.
The new Black Orc King gotta be Kane.
Kane.
Yay! I can finally follow a stream live in like 5 weeks. Well, it's good to see you, Holy Artist. Thanks.
Yay!
Captain Bagman, Scaven Blight goes boom. Can we see more, at least in the old world? Scaven worship the big forest of the horned rat. That's certainly possible.
I think that's a very likely potential outcome we have here because we have the weakening of many of the core icons of the horned rat and the belief in the horned rat's holy city. It's going to be crushed for many, and the Scaven are absolutely susceptible to corruption.
Raging Pacifist, thanks so much for the 5 gift members. That's very generous.
Yeah, that was really nice. Thank you.
Thank you. That is very, very wonderful. Thank you. Darius Rose. Ogres and greenskins basically creating empires that are not the pet project of an elder race. Makes you realize humanity just sucks.
It kind of does, doesn't it, Darius?
That's how you choose to look at it. You're not completely wrong. David Whitfield, shades of Storm of Chaos, but no head button. Head taken this time. Yeah. No head button.
It's really close. The vote's almost 50-50. Please do go vote because you will make a difference if you vote right now. And the vote's live currently on both YouTube and Twitch. And it's really close on YouTube.
Yeah, it's basically 50-50. So literally every vote counts. If you want to minimize your Apex Legends or whatever and vote, click one button real quick and then go back to it. Harrison Jiniz, first time catching live from Australia.
Oh, wow. Hi, Harrison.
Yeah, hello there. What are the chances of getting an AOS stream of some kind? Would love to see Andy's view on things. That is something we've
sort of half discussed it more than once.
Yeah, that is likely a stream that will come up at some point in the future. We're not quite there yet.
Agreed.
But it's been on our mind. I can't say that definitively.
As it currently stands, we've got more than enough to mess around with Warhammer, the Old World et al. And we have a lot yet to cover. And of course, if you aren't aware, we're discussing Manfred von Karstein this Sunday at 4 p.m. UK time. Oh, and it's going to be awesome. I'm really looking forward to Manfred.
We currently have no idea what we're doing next Wednesday, so that's fun.
That is fun. And it's also 50-50 on YouTube.
Y'all still have a little bit more time. Not much. You've got like seconds. You've got
50-50. I'm like, what's over on? It's really close.
And almost get it in or forever hold your peace. Almost. I don't want to hear any bitching about if you didn't vote.
And bop.
Time.
50-50. Okay, so that means Twitch is going to swing it, which has a Black Orc win.
By the narrowest.
It's really close.
So the world is crippled. Like,
yeah.
I would almost say like Hashit briefly does come back, but gets
I agree.
Crumped.
I think that it's fair that part of our conclusion for this is that I'm not saying it's like in Eternals where a giant Eternal wakes up and half comes out of the world, because that would be bullshit.
I have a stupider suggestion.
Yeah, what's your stupider suggestion?
If it is like that, Hashit's coming out of the world, and then the Orc boss like kills the Everchorfin, and then just a big Gork and Mort come out and just tackle Hashit.
Yeah, that's proper bullshit.
They just suplex Hashit into the ocean.
No. So I think what we definitely have is an apocalyptic moment for the Warhammer world, where volcanoes are rippling down both the mountains of Morn, down the World's Edge Mountains. The old civilizations of the Warhammer world are crumbling because of the awakening of a god. The Chaos gods have been weakened, and the only way that they can properly try and take this world is with the awakening of Hashut. That is their great plan. Unlike, for example, the Archeon plan, which was somewhat ephemeral and Middenheim, we've got a plan here which is very clear, and that's the awakening of a Chaos God. Now, if you know anything about the awakening of Chaos Gods, you know this is bad news. We're not just simply talking about a Chaos God is popping and turning up and going, hi, I'm wandering around. We're talking about the burgeoning awakening of an entirely new power of chaos. And this is going to have planetary consequences. In the same way the awakening of Slaanesh in 40k wiped out an entire Eldar empire. The Eldari went bye-bye. Craftworlds went, ah! And somewhat similarly here, they are attempting to properly manifest this ancient chaos-aligned entity. Now, there are different versions of what Hashut might be. We've discussed it in several previous streams. He could have been an ancestor god. He could have been a dwarf. He could be just a chaos demon from the north. He may once have been underneath Be'lakor. There's lots of different versions, but what we can say for certain is that the awakening of a chaos god is bad. And that is what this chaos dwarf is attempting to do. They have swooped down towards Zar Nagarund, and they have successfully invaded there and in multiple points elsewhere across the Warhammer world. But they are mostly there as feints to hide what they're actually attempting to do, which is wake up Hashut. And with hopefully the awakening of Hashut, a great rippling of power will warg out? Maybe not. Will wave out and just kill everything in its path. A great blast of fire spreading out from there, destroying everything in its path. Vengeance. Hashut does love his vengeance, will be his. And what we end up with is an enormous conflict atop the pyramid that used to once exist, that half-broken one in the center of our Orc Empire. And a great fight between the king himself, wielding the great hammer, and our ever-chosen, the Chaos Dwarf.
Oh,
and it was so really close.
Also, because of the way we built our story, it's a Greenskin shaman altered Chaos Dwarf Warhammer being wielded against him.
So, this can be in some respects almost the downfall, because it's almost the anti-Gal Maraz, it's the anti-Warhammer, as the hammer turns against them in the last fight. And the Chaos Dwarf uses the power of the hammer against the Great Orc King. Because as we say, you voted for, it's really close and it almost all goes wrong.
Mm.
And in a similar fashion to, say, for example, the Emperor versus Horus, our orc goes down and is blasted by magical energies. Greater demons are now prowling around the remains of this particular tower. The orcs are dying in droves. Demonic entities are everywhere. And the Orc King is seeing the destruction of hundreds of years of orc development. And the Chaos Dwarf, fangs glimmering in the great volcanic light, is laughing it down as it pulls up all the magical energies from around it to finally manifest Hashut. It is the end times for the world. It's all going to go very wrong. But our orc is an orc. And no orc takes things lying down. And he just almost wargs himself up as he pushes and pushes, as beneath them, the pyramid itself begins to bubble as lava rises up and Hashut begins to awaken down below. Our conclusion for this fight, as we say, is effectively a draw, but not quite, because Chaos is not going to win this one. So what does that mean? Hashut doesn't fully awaken. The great ritual of all the Chaos Dwarves and the Chaos Demons and everything else attempting to waken up this god only partially succeeds. The lava may rise up and wipe out countless thousands, but it's not enough for the god to fully reach sentience, because the Chaos Dwarf Sorcerer will be headbutted to death by the half-melted king, who will just hold him and nut him and nut him and nut him until he breaks the skull. But it's not enough, because he kills himself. And as he slides down and the Chaos Dwarf's about to give his big cry, he gets stabbed in the back by a hobgoblin.
For any of my fellow Americans, that is a term for headbutting.
Yes, it is.
Over in the UK, we don't have it here.
Yes, we do over here. Nutting is headbutting.
That is what that means.
And I am more than happy to purposely say that, just so that we can call up one more time that when Grimgor nuts someone, he is literally headbutting them. That's it. Nothing else. Games Workshop is very much a British company, and I am more than happy to use that term, and I'm fully aware of what I'm saying. But
That's
ultimately, it's very important that the hobgoblins are ultimately the ones that drop the backstabbing blow. And I think that if we're doing this, we need to build up a nice story for the hobgoblins also being responsible for allowing the Chaos Dwarf to get in the first place, so that they can get them into a place where they can kill him. So if we're doing this properly, we need to have a really cool hobgoblin character who is playing both sides all the way through. And if we're watching this, we think this is a chaos hobgoblin that's fallen to chaos. We think this is one that is almost certainly going for his own need for revenge, or just because he's a sneaky, two-faced git, is looking to bring about the downfall of the orcs, but ultimately he is the one who will stab the Chaos Dwarf in the back when he's at the point of winning, blood falling down his face, the orc collapsed at his feet in his moment of triumph, and as he's about to say the last few dying words of his ritual, the hobgoblin stabs him in the back, almost certainly killing himself too in some horrible fashion as magical energies are unleashed.
Magic just blows up. Yeah.
Exactly. Zarnug blows up because that's the nature of what we've built. And
Also,
the orcs...
there you go, chat. You got your vote.
Yeah, you did.
We said it way back. Hey, it'll blow up later. It happened.
It happened. Boom! It's all gone balooey. Loosely speaking, and what does this mean for the Warhammer world? It means that the Orc Empire saves the world. And not necessarily everyone knows it, because the center of it has been destroyed. The corruption in the center of the Orc Empire is extraordinary. It will shatter that empire, because you 50-50'd it, pretty much, with Twitch bringing the balance to that particular vote there, meaning that our Orc Empire is destroyed, meaning that the Orcs, if anything, almost collapse into a whole host of different warring states, many of which are corrupted. The Ogres will sweep in and take control of parts of it, but ultimately, this is a Warhammer world that does not end.
So I like how we get this great epic finale, and then there's like a post-credit scene that shows like the lizard and the elves being like, "Oh, that wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be."
Something happened. Woo! So yeah, in many respects, this is a world where we just continue on with the cycles, but it's a far stronger world in certain parts. And after this, though, it's weakened, massively weakened, but weakened in a way that potentially other species and factions and races are going to be able to strengthen it afterwards. Cathay's going to be in a pretty strong position after this.
The world will carry on.
Yeah, it will. This is a world will carry on scenario. Our last one where we had a big one, it ended up being the almost opposite, where regardless of what happened, the end times came and everything went boom, just for very different reasons. But in this one, we're really quite far away from an end times which goes boom, which means we've probably got a world that lasts for at least another 200, 300, maybe in 1,000 or more years, which means technology is going to start hitting.
Yep. And yeah. All right, we've got a bunch of super chat stuff to catch up on real fast.
Yeah, let's dive through those.
Rick Chapman, the Horned Rat and Hashut manifested Gork and Mork in a tag team cage match. Sure, why not?
Why not? I mean, honestly, that would definitely be one way to write the end.
I will say, if you've ever seen some of the more hilarious Warhammer artists when they're depicting like epic battles, you would literally probably see like in the background King and the Hobgoblin fighting the Chaos Dwarf, and in the background is like Gork and Mork fighting Hashut. Would probably be like the big finale, and maybe the Horned Rat back there, and there's like some Death Master or something involved in the finale. Totally. Darius Gabo Jim Ross, he slams the Everchorv into the Spanish announce table from atop the Hell in a Cell. My God! Yep. Captain Magma, Hashut absorbed into another Chaos God, maybe Khorne. Well, the idea of gods devouring other gods is a thing, but it's very loose and messy.
I would suggest in this particular instance that Hashut's moment has passed. The Chaos Dwarves have come to an end. This is their last gasp, their last potential chance of Hashut becoming almost the fifth Chaos Power, much like, say, the Horned Rat might do in some undisclosed future. This is Hashut's last chance, and it just comes to a complete and stunning failure, meaning that Hashut's not just absorbed, it's lost. Or if you want to really do with the gods absorbing each other, Mork and Gork are the winners here, which is also pretty good, because we're almost certainly going to be discussing Mork and Gork about a Sunday away from now, given where the vote is currently sitting over on the LAWhammer YouTube.
The Greenskin showed up.
The last time I was looking, Mork and Gork's ahead. And if you want to influence what we discuss in Lorebeards in 2 weeks' time, so that's not this Sunday, but the Sunday after, pop over to LAWhammer's YouTube channel and click over on what you vote for.
We did it, Patrick. We saved the Warhammer world. It's just a crater.
But it's a crater in Zarnagarun, so it could be worse.
Yeah, very true. Zar94, wait a minute, it's Gork and Mork. Oh my God, it's an RKO out of nowhere on Hashut.
This one's really gone weird.
Yeah, I really hope Rodrigo does art of this Lorebeard stream. He sometimes does art of Lorebeards. I really hope he does this one. Holy Artist, suddenly a purple orc appears and kicks him in the nuts. You know, it's the color system should be fully implemented into fantasy, but it's also not quite as effective as I think a lot of people wish it was. But yeah. Gideon, the orc kills the sorcerer of the bull god by literally charging him headlong and smashing into him. Seems appropriate.
Yeah, and I think that'll be a core component of how the last battle goes down, because it's how they work.
Darius Rose, basically Stone Cold Orc versus Vince McMahon Chorf. Sure.
If you wish.
Why not? Captain Magno, what if Hashut is slowly still waking up and is finally fully awake for the next Everchosen?
We could, but I think the nature of this story is ultimately the decision as to what happens with Hashut because of where we started. And the answer is he's lost. So I prefer, if we're building a story past this, for Hashut's story to have been cut off. They need a different way of destroying the world.
Yeah, basically all of the attention of the world would probably focus much more to like what's going on with Grand Cathay, what's going on in the new world, is how things would start to shift.
Yeah, totally.
Let's see. Sean DeWolf, the Hobgoblin character has to have some super secret powerful dagger or sword, either with Chaos Dwarf technology or Nagast Death Magic Warp Sword. I will say, I would love the idea if that Hobgoblin ended up having the sword that killed the first Black Orc King.
I mean, if you also want to make it really awful, you could have the Hobgoblin wander off wearing the crown of Nagash.
That would be hilarious.
You know, and how did he get there? Is he just comes in dead and he goes off and he's wearing the crown because Nagash is beginning to wake up? Because we all know Nagash doesn't really want the end of the world.
That would be a very fun, ominous post-credit scene.
Yeah, that'd be a fun post-credit scene as you see him wandering off and then just sitting there murmuring away as flashes of purple lightning start drawing between his fingers and green lights start arising around him. That could be fun.
Darius Rose, cheek slasher, boss, let's put a smile on your face. I guess he's just...
You're desperate for that one to work, Darius.
Chris M, just sitting down to start watching now. Looking forward to see where this what if goes. Well, I hope you enjoy
Holy shit, Chris M, it goes places.
Yeah. This ended up really different than I thought. Though I love that genuinely, not on purpose, it ended up being a full circle. Like we came back to where it started, which was super duper fun and made it feel like we did it on purpose.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. David Whitfield, now surprise person?
I just eats the hobgoblin.
Just comes out of nowhere. Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah, your Chekhov's Carnosaur finally fires.
I'm quite amused by Mechanical's idea here.
Loot idea, a club make that is
petrified sorcerer. I love that.
That should be a Greenskin weapon. 100%.
Damn straight. That's a good one. So, loosely, where do we end? No, let's grab the last couple of super chats just before we go off.
Thanks, Black Sigil. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Darius, I just realized I would be a weird orc war boss if I'm in the Warhammer world. Darius, I say this with all politeness. You would almost assuredly either be a Night Goblin shaman or a Savage Orc shaman, and you would be that guy over there. The other Greenskins are like
playing WWE with Shawn Michaels coming in, going, "Hi, Darius." Right. So, what do we have? What if the Hobgoblins betrayed the Chaos Dwarves? And our answer to that is that if the Hobgoblins had betrayed the Chaos Dwarves, Sigmar would never have been a thing. The Warhammer, as we understand it, would have been a great chaos weapon imbued with a greater demon of Khorne used by orcs. That a great orc empire would have formed around the ruins of Zar Nagarund and would survive centuries. An orc empire, indeed, that would see off the hordes of chaos more than once, until eventually the greatest of assaults comes from the north, as the Chaos Dwarves, which had been ousted more than 1,000 years earlier, almost 2,000, made their attempt to try and reclaim what was theirs and awaken Hashut. An epic battle ensues, and the orcs ultimately win. And why? Because the Hobgoblins betray the Chaos Forces, and the Hobgoblins support, again, the Black Orcs. Ultimately, this is a story of Hobgoblin betrayal and support, and betrayal and support. It helps take down Scaven Blight. It helps ensure that the world does not go end times. Instead, this Warhammer world, or at least this version, ultimately lands in a great draw between the Chaos Gods and the various inhabitants of the Warhammer world. This is a world that continues on, and it is also the first one we've ever had that survives in a what if. And I think that's particularly impressive, because apparently, if the Hobgoblins hadn't betrayed the Chaos Dwarves, we'd still have Warhammer.
Somehow.
Some
way.
So thanks, everyone. Your contributions to this one have taken it places that I simply did not expect. This is a potential outcome, one of many. If you've got different ideas, drop into our Discord channel. So that's the LAWhammer Discord channel, Loremaster of Sotek Discord channel, and tell us what you think you would like to do with this exact same story. It's a story that sounds like it's got a small consequence right at the beginning. It's just one betrayal in one battle, in one small part of the Warhammer world, but the implications of it are massive. If you've had different thoughts through the course of this stream, go tell us about it, because we'd love to hear what you think. Also, do be aware we are gathering again this Sunday to discuss Manfred von Karstein, and we'll be over on the LAWhammer channels this time.
Yes, and that is at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, 4 p.m. British Standard Time, or whatever British call their time zone.
4 p.m. over here.
Yeah, over there. But the lobby is already up, so if you want to go, like, if you go in there, you can remind me, so I'll let you know when we go live. And also, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the LAWhammer channel as well as the Loremaster of Sotek channel. We'd really appreciate it.
Even if you just want to hear me whinge about Gelt, the stupid Supreme Patriarch of the Gold College, I would be happy to do that, but we don't do it until LAWhammer channel over on YouTube gets 10,000 subscribers. So if you'd like to go subscribe over there just so you can hear me bitch about Gelt, please do so.
Captain Magma, Carnosaur eats Hobgoblin, stumbles away. Oh God, not a Carnosaur with a crown.
The surprise Carnosaur has a crown.
Dear God. Yeah, thank you all so much for joining us. That will be it for us this evening. We will know what we're doing next Wednesday. You'll probably see the lobby up before we come back on Sunday. We'll figure something out.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have it up very soon. And we'll be over on the LAWhammer channels next Wednesday.
Yeah, also, I'll go ahead and announce that I think we'll do it here, that on Monday, the 14th, there's going to be a bonus stream. Where we're going to be having a chat with Vera, who is is an author, a new author for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition, and we're going to be having a chat with her about a lot of different things to do with Warhammer and all that other stuff, so keep an eye out for that lobby coming up soon. And last few things are, if you haven't, please do check out and consider picking up a copy of Dark Deeds to help support what Andy and all of his lovely folks do. And to show for myself a little bit as well of that, if you scroll down into the description on YouTube or down to the stuff below on Twitch, I also have now an affiliate of the Warhammer merch store. So you could buy official Warhammer Fantasy or whatever, Warhammer anything, merchandise, and I get a small cut of those sales. So you can buy yourself some cool stuff. I'm wearing my Nighthaunt shirt right now.
As you should do.
They're actually very nice quality. But in any event, that's us. I will see you guys very much later. I don't think there's anything else off the top of my head. Do you have anything, Andy?
No,
before I
do LAWhammer this Friday, like always, at 7 p.m. UK time, where we're partly going on a pilgrimage.
What are you doing Saturday?
What are we doing Saturday? I have no idea. What am I doing Saturday?
You're supposed to do a masterclass of something.
Oh, yeah, sure. I haven't decided yet. I'll advertise that over on LAWhammer, probably.
Okay. All right. Any of it, thank you all so much for watching. I'm going to close this out here, and I'll see y'all next time. Bye-bye.
See y'all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.